Skibidi-doo. And we are live. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Aaron, good to see you. Glad to have you. Before Jellybean. Oh, the scandal. Jellybean, good to see you. Glad to have you. Oh, when did you change costumes? You were just being a second ago. It's a very, very cute outfit. Just a little hat. Dest V, good to see you. Glad to have you. The Nut. Ray, good to see you. Glad to have you. Jalali, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm doing good. I hope everybody else is doing good. Sarah, good to see you. Glad to have you. Got so sidetracking screenshots. I almost forgot to post the announcement. Mood, Ray. Yeah, it does. Stop it, Berms! Howdy y'all. Jubilant, good to see you. Glad to have you. Koshek, Lolly Ho, good to see you. Glad to have you. Go check out Twitter. Last overheard, thanks to Dest. If you see NPC saying something silly that you think could be included, drop it. Yeah, make sure to message Ray a DM if you want to see, see maybe some of the funny things that people say, NPCs say around Eorzean or the rest of Atheris. Wish I had the time to work on solo POTD. It's a huge time commitment. Yeah, Ray, I feel you on that. I got so close with Heaven on High once, and then I haven't since. And that was during Shadowbringers. That was like 5.5, I think. And that was back before the channel was as big of a life as it is now. Speaking of, who the hell is excited for Eureka Orthos? Definitely 20 minutes in on floor 8. Nice. Almost died on the final sting of floor 9. Streamy chat. Jimins, good to see you. Glad to have you. Start with Gobble Herms. Gobby can rule. No, Gobby can rule forever. Hey, I mean, like, if you want to change it up, it's fine. I'm just so used to, like, the, like, centerpiece of my existence in 14 being a short little Gobby Lalafell that, like, you're adorable. Don't get me wrong. It still throws me. But yeah, let's get us started. We're gonna go get stepped on today by taking our first steps into the step. My original title for this episode definitely was stepping into the step or steps into the step. But then I remembered you guys and I realized that step on me was the far easier one to go with. Gonna lurk. Aurora, good to glad to have you. While I clean, have fun being on my TV. Cool. Am I stuck in the TV? Not again! May chime in from time to time. Yeah, sounds good. I realized that I did not level my Sam to 68, which means that we cannot do Sam as our preemptive thing, but we can do a couple monk quests, which seems relevant seeing as we're going to be going back to Eorzean in about 2 episodes from now. So that's what we'll be doing. How's everybody doing today? Oh, and I'll say this up later, but if anyone has any fun trivia questions, we are putting together a trivia, like an actual version of Trivial Pursuit. Like I'm gonna get a nice board printed and everything for it of Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm hoping to bring it to FanFest. So definitely, you can go over on the Discord and pop in your trivia questions there. And if you aren't a part of our Discord, why not go check it out? It's a great place where we do all the fun 14 socializations and lore talking, and it's a good old time. Nah, I just have a migraine and I'm hiding from a lot of things at the moment. Yay for Windows night mode. Oh, Bean, I'm sorry that you're struggling. It's no good. I have had... Okay, that I was about to say, I have had a good day. It seems kind of dickish right after someone says, I'm kind of having a headache right now. But I woke up still incredibly tired, didn't get started for a bit, but got going really fast once I got going. And so I got quite a bit of writing and other stuff done today. So I'm very looking forward to some of the projects that are coming up. And also me and Aniri have been doing some audio recording for End Talkers and Lore Talks recently. So, because we were both kept like ships in the night passing by each other with our schedules. So, I'm looking forward to getting that stuff out as well. Yeah, Daiji Nibin. Okay, let's get some Eorzean lore. Ah, Elio, dim though you are, I would swear you possess an innate ability to sense when you are needed. And on that note, I have a task for you. Your fellow brute Wildegeld, some matter or other weighs heavily on his mind. Knowing him, it can only pertain to Alamigo, but the stubborn oaf is determined to keep it pent up inside, loath to trouble me with it or some such nonsense. I shouldn't doubt. But you, my friend, you are as a brother to him. If there is a man alive whom he would be willing to confide in, it is you. For the hopeless idiot's sake, I bid you go to Revenant's stall and place yourself at his disposal. Emmett, good to see you, glad to have you. Hisses at Eric. I can't defend Eric. I don't want to, and I can't defend him. He's an asshole. I do appreciate that I don't want to even say he's nuanced. I don't know. I think he could be a much more boring caricature rather than being incredibly abrasive, but with interesting points and information and knowledge. I think he could be such a worse character, I guess, is my thing with him. Yeah, send Jelly that healing energy. Send Jelly the healing jelly. Good. That will be all for today. You have done well. I'm pleased with your progress. You always said that, Master, but we're nowhere near where we want to be. Not even close. Indeed, and besides, any progress we make, we owe wholly to you. Damn right, and without your guidance, we'd be going nowhere fast. My guidance. Elio, I'm glad to see you. Things are well here, as you can see, but... Zensa, Ochaka, you may go ahead and I would speak with Elio. Those two grow stronger every day. Shadows darken their way no more. Their purpose is clear. How's audio, by the way? I had to adjust some settings last night. Would that I could say the same of mine. You see, I've received an offer. The Resistance. They asked that I rejoin them and lead one of their units. Jade, good to see you. Glad to have you. I don't know if I said... Yeah, I didn't say. I missed you earlier. Once I would have jumped at the chance, but no more. No longer do I live for revenge. You and the professor showed me it is not the way. So I will turn down the offer. This is the way. I would focus not on fighting, but rebuilding. But what is within my power? Beyond the battlefield, how can I serve my homeland? Forgive me, I should not trouble you with this. It is my answer to find. But first I will give the Resistance their answer. My thanks for listening, Elio. Oh, you know what else we should do? I think we'll do like 1 or 2 monk quests. We're also gonna pick a random crafter, and we're gonna start a crafter quest because we need to pick up a crafter in order for me to not just repair stuff, but also to get access to the fists, the like Emperor's New Fists or whatever it's called. He still agonizes over it. Aye, hardly the state of mind to be in for such an important meeting. Isn't there anything we can do? Not us too. His pride will not allow it. But you, Elio, he opened up to you just now, did he not? I dare say he will do so again. We're terribly sorry to impose, but could you please follow Master Whittigelt? Watch over him in our stead. Okay, guys, which of the Mikote are we picking? I'll let you guys choose. The other thing is you guys can pick what crafter we're gonna do. I don't know why, but I'm assuming it's gonna be culinarian. He could just not care if he may be an insufferable piece of shit, but he also seems to want to help. Yeah, exactly, Jade. He's more interesting. He's far more interesting than just being sheerly a piece of shit. Not that he's not incredibly abrasive. Sounds fine. Thanks, Aaron. Someone else can buy you Emperor's New Fist. Oh, can they, Ray Ray? Oh, everyone's on the Zenitsa train. I think I picked Ochaka last time. Man, everyone's on that train. Wait, what? Who? Me? She's so confused. Elio, do you reckon you could look in on Master Whittigelt for us? I love that I'm so tall I'm cropping the top of frame. He is bound for Little Alumigo, I believe. Well, Ray Ray, if that's the case, if you just want to buy it, or actually, if I could, I probably can just buy it off the marketplace, can't I? He's a shithead with the heart of tarnished silver. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. That boy just saw you. Where are you? Hi. Apparently, the boy wanted to come say hi to you guys. Come here. Come here. Oof, yeah. Artemis, good to see you. Glad to have you. Would you like a treat? Very good. And there's your boy for the next little bit. Okay. Oh, such a cute dog. Thank you, Emmett. Yeah, he's very good. That's Deadpool. He's Very good boy. Well, in that case, yeah, if someone wants to just go buy me the Emperor's New Fist real quick, we can skip over that. And that also makes sense, because I'd rather do, like, once we, like, catch up in MSQ or something, go back and do all of the, like, do all of the Crafter's quests for a couple of streams or something like that. I guess what's the best way to do that? I guess we could have a stream where we start doing each Crafter's quest, then I go level them all as a separate stream or something. Or maybe I could just, well, we'll worry about that when we get there. We've got plenty of MSQ left to go. You would bear witness to my resolve. Very well, brother. Witness me. Have you made up your mind, then? I have. Your offer does me great honor, but with respect I must decline. My days of vengeance are over. I see. That is your decision, and I shan't pray you further. Yet I would be lying were I say I'm not disappointed. With your mastery of the fist, your contributions to our struggle would have been immeasurable. I am sorry. Do not be. Remember, fighting's not the only way to serve one's nation. We each of us must find our own path to walk. Our own path. There is a place I would be. I take my leave of you. Do a super chat. Make Elio say weird shit. And a subtle verse because it makes Deadpool happy. 'Tis plain you know the Widowgeld better than most. If you are indeed his friend, as I'd mark you to be, I needn't tell you to be there for him. What type of dog is he? He's a Swedish Valhund. The funniest thing, every time I take him for a walk, someone asks, oh, is he a Corgi mix? Every time. I've heard all sorts of things. Is he a Corgi German Shepherd mix? Or all stuff like that. But no, he is technically a purebred. Your main is Lendros Shigi, isn't it? Yes, I think I saw you by the tea tree last night, but I felt weird poking you on your day off. No, yeah, you feel free to... I may be offline, because sometimes I may, like, leave my character online overnight. So if I'm, like, AFK'd and I don't respond, don't take it personally. But if you ever want to, like, poke or message me, yeah, go for it. I may not be able to respond. I mean, the only problem is, and I can turn off notifications, is people, like, whisper me during stream. He gets the doing sound. But beyond that, yeah, feel free to poke me. Also, I didn't want your first impression of my character to be completely dripless A and ARR gear. Yeah, no worries. No, I like hanging out with and talking to you guys when I can. The only time there's ever, like, a problem with, like, talking to people, too, is if, like, I'm in the middle of something, or, if, like, I'm in, you know, Discord talking to someone for something specific, and then, like, people pop in, and then I'm, like, thrown for a bit of a loop, but yeah. I love Valhounds. Yeah, they're very good. You're very good, bud? He's not a Valhound, he's a wolf who experienced an aborted Corgi transformation. I mean, that's basically what Valhounds are. I literally poked him last night as I was doing stuff. I love that in my version of Dest is I only see Dest when we're doing, when it's the start of stream or we're doing content together. But from Dest's perspective, Dest sees me all the time and is just, like, apparently poking me. To find me here. You know me too well, Elio. I mean, it's Bralger's, well... The mark of the destroyer. My people bore it here when the Empire came. The risk was great, but their faith was greater still. Alas, the faith is all but faded, wiped away from the motherland. The Garleans suffer not the divine. They allow us not even the solace of worship. By Ralgar I know now, that which I can do for Alamigo. All along there was but the one path. Let us return to Revenant's Toll. There I will tell all. I love Widowgeld's story. I mean, like, it's not, like, the most amazing story, but I just love this small story about his evolution as a character, and also coming to really... I have a thing where I love stories about people who think that their only value they can add is to fight, and instead find that there is another value they can add, whether that be teaching or some... You know, characters like Tataru. Like, Tataru learning, like, oh, I'm not a combatant, but I'm really good in all these other things. And to not for people to learn not to undervalue their skill sets just because their skill set isn't rooted in strength. I saw you do that test. I passed it like 3 times. The second time I saw you pop up and poke him, was like, was that test? Yeah, that's this crew, that's for sure. You don't see Des, but Des sees you always. Yeah. Glad to see Master works things out. With your help, Master Widowgeld has found his path. Thank you, Elio. I doubt not that Widowgeld is in good hands. After all, who should know a brute better than a fellow brute? Okay. This is one of the interesting things about streaming all this, though, has been the level to which certain characters also appeal to me more just because they're so fun to act. And I will tell you, Eric is a lot of fun. Thank you all for coming. I have found my calling, and I would share it with you. I will go to Girabanya and there revive the Fist of Ralgar. Well then, we're coming with you. We won't let you out of our sight, not until we've repaid the debt, at any rate. Buddy, what? Suffice to say, I too shall come. The lands of Garabanya harbor countless mysteries, and such knowledge as I possess will doubtless serve you in your endeavors. And you, brother, can I count on you as well? I'm with you all the way. I'm glad. Your presence gives me heart. The mission will not be easy, but I will not rest until I succeed, and the Fist of Ralgers return to the land. This, I swear. I know it's like an obvious thing, but I do love the way that they communicate Wittergeld's manner of speech by just doing, I am glad, period. Your presence gives me heart, period. The mission will not be easy, period. But I will not rest until I succeed, period. Like, it's, you know, that affect is nice. It just makes it so not everyone speaks the same. On that inspiring note, I shall go and make ready. And, Wittergeld, pray do not forget what we discussed. Blinkster, good to see you, glad to have you. We will depart anon. Pray see to your preparations, Elio. Sometimes an over-the-top asshole is just fun for a performance standpoint. I mean, there's a reason that like Emmett Selk would be fun to perform, right? Because like he's a charismatic asshole. Okay, I'm gonna come back to the tea tree. Can one of you guys pass me the Emperor's New Fists? Poor Deadpool want all the attention snacks. Yes, he does. Hi. Well, okay, so it started snowing here. It's been snowing a lot. He loves the snow, and so I think he's a little bit angsty also because he wants to go outside. Let me just see what their cost is. It can't be too bad. Oh, that's nothing. I ain't got this. I thought that was going to be a much worse inflated cost. Cast Glamour. I feel bad because there's so many cool monk weapons in this game, but I have never not just used the Emperor's New Fist because it looks. You want the punchy coup soul. Okay. Do we go to Return of the Monk? What time is it? 3:16. How many quests we got to go through today? Because we got the step. FFXIV. Quests. We got level 62, 63. Lady of Bliss. No, that's when we come back. Okay, not bad. I mean, it's basically, it's the same, it's not much longer. Yeah. Okay, well, we're good then. Elio wants to get fisted. Well, I do the fisting. I can't say that I want to get fisted, but that's just mostly because I do not like my cavities filled by other things. Just a broad, generally true sentiment. And honestly, I feel like my life would be easier if I did. You know, it's kind of like I wish I could like enjoy the male form more, but I just don't. I simplify my life quite a bit. There's something about the energy of punching with your bare ass hands that's just immaculate. Yeah. You're a god? Well, I have my knuckles, and you're about to learn why that's a problem. Actually, you're a god? Well, I have my knuckles, and you're about to learn why that's a problem. Join our channel for low, low price of not much a month to get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivist. And in the same vein, you can do super messages as well as get subscription member status, which we call it Archon here. But it will allow you to, will help fill us our bar that is working towards doing a maid stream, because y'all are a bunch of crazies. Other than that, also you can support us over on Patreon, which will get your name up in the banner and make, like, honestly, it basically just allows us to be like somewhat financially secure, which makes making videos a lot less stressful. Sorry to shill. Actually, let's talk to Gosetsu. I should not be surprised that he sought refuge in the steppe. We were separated during a skirmish in the northern mountains. So this steppe is actually going to have some cutscenes. That's one of my favorite cutscenes in all of 14. Like, obviously, Shadowbringers and Endwalker, like, one of the scenes coming up may be my favorite pre-Shadowbringers Endwalker cutscene. Especially in a vacuum. I think that's probably true. We'll see. We got a little bit of ways till we get there. If all are ready, then let us depart for reunion in the Azim Steppe. Our route will be somewhat circuitous. We will need to return to the Ruby Sea, then head north along the coast past Isari. Right, the twins are staying here. Which is like, notice that all of a sudden, when we get to the steppe, Lise has more to do because you got rid of Alice. It's like, it really is going back to the whole idea we've been talking about, that like, they don't do a good enough time splitting up characters getting to do certain things, especially for certain characters that need to do things, especially like mainly around Lise. Like whenever other characters are in the room, they take up that space for the writer, which is a problem because Lise needs development time. Like they give so many lines that they could have given to Lise to Alice throughout. And I love Alice, and Alice is great. Alice is wonderful, but also like we got a lot of Alice in 3.4 and 3.5 as well as Coils. And you know, but like Lise is effectively a new character. We need Lise time. Tam, good to see you, glad to have you. The only monk weapons I actually leave on Gland are the monk fist. You get in Shadowbringers from non-Geralt and the ones in Endwalker because they're literally just gloves. Yeah, though that I think they kind of learned after a certain point. They're like, I think most monks just want to be punching. These fists are rated E for everyone. These fists are rated E for everyone. Gay bulge. Good job. Yeah, good bean. Introducing the newest member of Thornton's Night 12, Sir Wreck Yo Shit. I'm not sorry to shill at all. Ray, I appreciate you. And I appreciate your devotion to making sure that I have some amount of financial security. The amount of times I've been like, well, what if I spent time doing this? And Ray has just looked at me and just been like, or what if you actually instead put all that energy towards making things that would get you paid? And you're not wrong. I'd gladly join when I get paid this week. Well, I appreciate that. Seriously. Let me put it this way. I appreciate the sentiment in and of itself. Like, the willingness to help support. The benefit of the Patreon is that you get the name badge and stuff for the Discord. Don't forget that if you are supporting on Patreon, Patreon does not alert me what your name is and if it matches your Discord name. So you will have to potentially contact me or Ray or one of the other mods in order for us to change your color name. But yeah. Again, the fact that any of you guys help support is still, I mean, like in a pragmatic sense, it's not insane, but it's just, I'm very appreciative. Thank you. Are you switching to Sam for this, or are we not doing that? I don't know why I switched back to Monk. No, we are doing Sam throughout all of when we're in Othard, and we're doing Monk while we're in Girabanya, both in the first. Because like if you could split, I mean, you really should split it into 6 acts because of the maps, but effectively you can split Stormblood into 4 acts, and they are Girabanya, Othard, Girabanya. So it's going to be Monk, Sam, Monk. Because if you look at the CGI cuts trailers as well as the gameplay trailers that we have, that seems to be the implied order. Oh, I need to go back to a village to make sure I have the right clan. Well, I'm gonna be in Reunion in a second, so that's fine. From here we turn north until we arrive at the cave, the which we must pass in order to reach the Azim Steppe. Lise and Gosetsu have already gone ahead. We should carry on as well. Actually, no, because we're gonna get the cutscene in this step, so sorry guys. I'm a little shy when joining Discord servers, but I think about joining that too. So here's the thing, like if you want to, if you're talking here, the Discord server's a lot like talking here, and it's very, very, very chill and very, very like, it's by design made to be super supportive and pleasant. So if you want to join, mostly also just because you'll get notifications when like new videos also go live, so it's like utilitarian, or just to like check in what people are saying or talking about, I would highly recommend it. I mean, like it's self-serving for me to recommend it, right? Because it is my own Discord, but I definitely say that if you like community at all, even if you're shy, highly recommend it. As I say that as someone who, I know this is gonna seem weird, but I'm not shy necessarily, but I get very like overwhelmed or weird or like not sure about joining new spaces, especially where I don't understand their norms or like where I fit in, and like if I don't have like a natural in with other people. And really, this Discord is kind of from the get-go been about like, especially those people who feel that way, having a place they can go. Are you, howdy, just got here, but I'm scrolling back to the beginning because I'm weird. That's not weird, Tim. Yeah, you want to look at the context and stuff? I totally get it. It's always good to see you, glad to have you. It's a very friendly Discord. Yeah, it's true. I mean, the only thing you have to do is not piss off Ray, but it's not that hard not to piss off Ray. And the only thing that's gonna happen if you piss off Ray is that she's just gonna throw ban emotes at you until you yeah, it's meant to be not even just chill. Chill's not even the right word. Just friendly, welcoming, and understanding place. Like maybe overly so. I just say that because like I'm not. It's not just conflict averse. I'm just like very want to settle conflict, and I'm more likely to try and barter peace, maybe more so than just stand ground heavily. Yeah, don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Yeah. There's a reason we have the Ray Ray band emote. Do we have that in here? I don't think we do. I think we need more members. No, we don't. Oh yeah, we do. Else you're gonna get Ray Ray band. Hi Angie, I'm Blinkster. Every time, Blink. Every time. Ray Ray is a just and righteous bot. Ah, there you are. This is the cave. After you, Elio. Well, what are we doing this weekend? We're doing PvP for Saturday. That's what we're doing. But also, we're gonna be. Don't forget, we're gonna be doing a raffle on Saturday for the $50 that you guys raised a little bit ago. We'll be doing. Obviously, we can't do the emotes because emotes are. They got rid of those from the store for being able to transfer. But we'll figure something out. How are people, for those of you who watched the 6.3, the like proto live letter, because the first live letter is always the less exciting one. Do you guys have anything you're particularly excited for that we learned from there? On to Othar. Well, Othar. On to the Steppe. I wonder when they're going to justify us going to the northern section beyond the Steppe, like the Eorzean stuff. Deathberry, good to see you. Glad to have you.
I remember the emptiness, vast and endless. The Azim Steppe, home to countless roaming tribes. A sacred land, watched over by elder gods. Here, we would find Doma's salvation. With the wind at our backs, we walked on, in search of hope, in search of him.
How many of you guys are aware of the Dawn Dusk theory? I love this yeah, it's a very good zone. Yeah, 6.3, so we've got what? We've got the new Alliance raid coming up. We've got Eureka Orthos. We've got Paladin changes, which is big for me as a Paladin main. God, this music always reminds me of like, I don't know why it reminds me of Putt Putt Goes to the Zoo. I literally went back and listened to all the Putt Putt Goes to the Zoo soundtrack, and none of it like sounds exactly like this, but something about it. Here, what? Putt Putt Goes to the Zoo. I'm sorry, I need to. Oh my God, that game is as old as I am. Papa Goes to the Zoo. God, that compression. Okay, I kind of see what I mean. Like, it's not super, but I kind of see why it harkens that into my brain memories. Eorzean, that's what I'm most hyped for. It took me a second. Yeah, I'm super glad. I really thought they weren't going to actually call it Eorzean. I thought they were going to pick a different name of one of the other, either one of the other charities or one of the alternate charity names, because like, I don't know, this is like a very strange name, but I don't know why. But I'm excited that we were all right about the charity stuff. I mean, I should be surprised, right? Which actually means, what's the last one? I'm forgetting it already. 3 charities. Because Agalea, Eorzean, and Thalia So Thalia will be the last one. Which is interesting, because Thalia will be the last one, and we'll also get Thaliak in that same one. I give you the Azim Steppe, Elio, though I should say this is but one small portion of it. Despite the close proximity, Domans rarely venture this far north. Most find these lands and their people strange and foreign. Fortunately, those who frequent Reunion are most welcome. Than most. Come, it is not much further. Yeah, I hope you have a good day too, Deathberry. Dawn Dusk Theory? Yeah, okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I feel like I have a bias, but this is my favorite zone from Stormblood. I don't know if this is my favorite, but that's only because there's a lot of good history in some of the Girabanian ones. But it might be. I think it might be. I love the music and stuff and a lot of the like vibes from the lock. I feel like if I could combine my favorite parts from the 3 Girabanian maps, that would be my favorite. But like, no shit, Sherlock, combine your favorite parts from 3 maps, of course it's gonna be your favorite. But yeah. I'm not familiar with the Dawn and Dust Theory. Yeah, okay, or at least I'm familiar with it, but I don't know I had a name. I don't know if that's his official name, that's just what I call it. I'm also hyped for quality of life changes like damage types and buffs. Yeah, oh my god, you just shot childhood directly into my skull. I forgot to play that game until you did. You're welcome, Artemis. I'm that weirdo that was like, fuck yeah, new leap of faith. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Just childhood memory surfacing, sitting on computer, sitting alone with the topiary creatures. Oh god, I wasn't expecting to hit as many of you guys as I did with that. I'm feeling pretty proud right here. Huh, that's one hell of a dust storm. Yeah. Actually, well, that's it. There's more fun in the steppe. Also, it has the Dothral. Yes, it does have the Dothral. That's true. And the case theory and the like. But so the Dawn Dust theory. So, there is the Dawn Father and the Dusk Mother. There is also, notably, another reference to a pair of entities known as the Dawn and Dusk blank. And they are the Dawn and Dusk Worm. Is it in the dragon section? Let me find it. The Wyrm, as it should be, I guess. Yeah, here we go. And if you note, the proper titles for Tiamat and Bahamut are the Dawn Worm and the Dusk Worm. The Dawn for Bahamut, the Dusk Worm for Tiamat. The interesting thing is that they ended up in Meracidia. Yeah, Bahamut, one of the 7 great worms. Bahamut was slain when fighting against the Algan invasion of Meracidia. No, okay, I don't think it has an EE1. But basically, we know at a certain point in, the Second Astral Era? I think, they came to Meracidia. Which means there was a period of time unto prehistory that they existed, including the First Astral Era, that is unaccounted for Tiamat Bahamut. We know that the Aura are not dragon kin, but do have dragon-like features, and would have been likely to worship entities that also somewhat resemble them. Another interesting note is that when you look at Thavnair, there's a repeated motif of Auri worshipping or serving under dragons. So, what that means is that there's a good chance that the story of the Dawn Mother and Dusk Father, or Dusk Mother and Dawn Father, is actually a misunderstanding of the history and the original appearance of Bahamut and Tiamat. And especially, you think about how they ascended to the heavens and left. You know, would make a lot of sense for, like, Tiamat and Bahamut to fly away. But yeah, so there's a lot of different pieces of evidence that seem to suggest that. I don't know. I know that theory had existed long before so I personally, without knowing that theory existed, put those things together. But then that theory has existed for a long, long time. That theory has existed probably as long as Stormblood has been out. Elias, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, yeah. This has my favorite story in base Stormblood. I like the self-contained arc. Yeah, well, and the thing is, though, Artemis, I totally agree. It has probably the best one in that it's self-contained. But the thing is, it's not even just self-contained, right? Because ultimately, it spills out and is incredibly impactful for the second part of Yangsha and, like, the development of certain characters for the final part of Stormblood. So, like, even though it's self-contained in a sense, it is, and successfully tells the story full sail from just what's in it, it also ends up being incredibly important. I didn't know about the theory. I only knew about the stuff swirling around Azima. So here's the important thing. I am of the opinion that if you look at the existence of the term Azem, Azima, and Azim, they have almost no correlations other than the notion of the dawn and sun. That is the one thing that you can correlate to all of them, is the idea of the star, of the solar, the sun. The dawn worm, the goddess of the sun, and the symbol of the offices of Azem. I personally don't think that Azima or Azim have anything to do with Azem in a direct corollary sense, other than a evocation of iconography and imagery, and potentially people with having echo memories or reflect blurred memories based off of having inherited souls of Unsundered. Of Sundered, or Sundered souls. Well, inherited souls of an Unsundered, of an ancient. So I think people always go to like, oh, was Azima actually, or something like that, and I don't think it's that direct. Yeah, it's a very interesting theory that I did not know. Yeah, it's very self-contained as anything in 14. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it, artist, right? Nothing in 14 is self-contained actually, but yeah. Yeah, I didn't ever think there was much there with name theory, so I never looked too deep. Yeah. Azim got freaky with dragons and gave us the Al-Ra. I doubt it. I doubt it for a number of reasons, one of which is if you look at how Azim is depicted, he has already draconic-like features, which basically means that they're already Ora in their depiction, or dragon-like. The other thing is I would look to things like Alexander's quest. Oh my god, I never put out my Alexander synopses. I gotta do that. You look to the Alexander quest with like Mide and her love and them going back, and that means that at some point in very early history, the Al-Ra existed on the steppe. Which, you know, so like you combine all those elements together, and I just think I don't think there's any way in which Al-Ra are in any way descendants of dragonkind, and we can also know for sure that they existed onto the Sundering and are probably have to be a byproduct of that because they're on the first. And their existence on the first means that they must have come about as a byproduct of the Sundering, as they don't seem to be a byproduct of any kind of divergent evolution. But on top of that Sundering aspects to them, they I had a point with that. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but we'll also talk about that more as we get into. There's a lot of interesting things to discuss in this Shadowbringer. Oh, dude, I wonder. Okay, what's our current cadence, right? I know we're going a bit slow today, forgive me. But our current cadence is we're in the steppe. Man, we've only got like a couple months at best. We only got like 3 months at best until we're in Shadowbringers. I was just thinking, I was hoping, oh, maybe we'll get EE3 before we really get into Shadowbringers, but that ain't gonna happen. We're gonna get EE3 as of what? I mean, we don't know for sure, but if it's currently they only have a test print, if they're like doing final localizations, the Japanese version is done, and they have a test print cover, I would assume 6 months at the earliest, probably 3 to 6 months at the earliest, unless they can do high levels of production. Yeah, we're looking at like 4.4, or 6.4 at the absolute earliest, and I don't even think that's likely. I would think like 6.5. I'm gonna get back to you guys. I'm gonna just progress a little bit. Welcome to Reunion, my friend. Here's where we'll begin our search for Lord Hien. But remember, the reprints were partly due to paper shortage and production issues due to COVID, though. So it's worth remembering that those got pushed back twice, compared to what their original desired release schedule was. So that's why EE3 could be different. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. When last I spoke with Lord Hien, he said he spent much time in these markets. I'd hoped we might find him here today, but alas. Hey, Yugiri, I've been meaning to ask. There's an awful lot of Zayla here, aren't there? Oh, I assumed you knew. The Azim Steppe has been home to the nomadic tribes of the Zayla since antiquity. More than 50 tribes roam these lands, and though they do not constitute a nation, there's a hierarchy of sorts determined through ritual combat. Funny, if they're so busy fighting each other, you'd think the Empire would be able to march in and take the steppe with ease. I wonder why they haven't. Why indeed, Lys. Why indeed. Perhaps they see little value in it, and especially given the fierce reputation of the Zayla warriors, who would fight tooth and nail to oppose them. These lands were not made for men. The soil is thin and the weather unforgiving. The Zayla found ways to survive, it is true, but they are made of sterner stuff than most Imperials, conscript or citizens. Thanks for taking the time to explain. It sounds like I've got a lot to learn. Later, I mean, we're meant to be looking for Hydaelyn. But like, see, like that level of like curiosity and stuff, like they could have made Lise more curious, and they given her that when you first arrived. There's a little bit of that, but like give her more elements, give her like a characterization, little bit of titsy tastes. People from the tribes gather in reunion to trade goods and information. I should be surprised if we cannot learn something of value here. Let us make our inquiries separately. Elio, why don't you speak with some of the merchants here? They predate the arrival of dragons on the star. I think that's what you're trying to say. Yes, because well, we know that they exist as a byproduct of the Sundering, which predates. We know that Midgard Summer arrived sometime between prehistory and the first Astral Era, which means that there's no way that they could be a direct cause. It took them years to get reprints out. Howdy, good to see you, Willow. Yeah, the publishing industry as a whole is running so slow right now, it's hard to tell. Things are getting, I don't want to say better, better's not quite right, but in Japan, the things are better than they were. Booze, fresh booze, your choice of lamb or zo, guaranteed satisfy. How many will you have, sir? A doman, unless another Zakar is keeping him in her yurt. He is not here. More fool her, she took in a doman for a husband. But enough about domans. Let us speak of booze instead. You cannot come to Eorzean Steppe and not sample as this most traditional of delicacies. What fortune you have to come hither at this time. Freshly slaughtered, every cut available on request. Organs too, hearts, livers, and brains. Or a brace of blood sausages if you desire only a snack. A doman. Poor meat they make, domans. I jest. I did see a mole in the company of one some few days ago. Roasted fish with pumpkin, an exotic foreign delicacy, cooked to perfection, beloved with the steppe. Come. You seek domans, then you are come to the wrong place, my friend. Delicious as my foodstuffs are, they find a little favor with those from the south. Now, if you want Goro you were looking for on the other hand, then I might be able to help you. They flock to my stall. Oh, I know the Goro tribe. You can't come to the Eorzean Steppe and not sample booze. You want to bet I can't? Yeah. Oh, hey, is there Serena? Oh, look, you can talk to her early on. I did not think it would be so expensive. Oh, that's really cool that she's like there preemptively. Oh, I wish that was more of a common thing. You don't see that as much. Hey, Goro. I have bought you a new brush, my beloved. So smooth and silky your mane shall be, the envy of every other man. Say again, you are seeking whom? Ah, the Doman. I know of whom you speak. He comes and goes with the mole girl. Though I could not describe her, I only know that she is mole because I heard them talking as they passed. So that's funny, you can... So, okay guys, do we talk to the other people or do we just skip straight to Serena because we know that she's a mole? That's funny, you could actually, if you knew... I like that idea that if you're replaying, you can actually go ahead and skip it. Oop. Yes, I am mole. My name is Serena. May I help you? Do you like what you do? Consider showing support on Patreon. Thank you, Ray Ray. Serena, yeah! Oh, I see. You are looking for Hydaelyn. In that case. How urgent this business must be to leave our conversation unfinished. The Kinsai, will you buy it? There's but one bundle left. If not, then... I will, though I had not thought to pay so high a price. It is a bargain for which you should be grateful. If you lack the coin, then the fault is your own, and you will leave with nothing. Please, I must have Kinsai. The gods themselves requested it. We are bound to their will. Pay me the difference in the whisper route. I will sell it to the next apothecary to pass through reunion, and we'll each feel fairly treated. But do not tarry. Should another come before you, come in hand. I will not refuse him. I understand. Thank you for this kindness. I am sorry, but we must speak of Hydaelyn later. I cannot leave reunion without that Kinsai. Oh, that's interesting. This drops a Gunbreaker or Dancer. I wonder if they retroactively added Sage or... No, it could be 70, so that should do... I wonder if they've retroactively added Sage or Reaper to this. Well, I guess I suppose they wouldn't have to, right? They wouldn't have to add it... They'd only have to add Shadowbringers because you wouldn't have to... Because you'd start at 70 here. And they start with 70 gear, so you would need 70 plus. So, yeah. This stinks. I think I have to turn the heat on. Sorry, Willow. Yeah, it started snowing pretty bad here. I feel that. Although it's actually very warm. It's warmer today than it was yesterday by a lot. Thank you, Cloud Cover. You want to help me, is that it? They're added Shadowbringers? Cool. Thanks, Dan. I do not know what to say. Thank you, Elio. Thank you. The lumbering ones we must fell wander the plains to the west of Reunion. If we each have harvest too, then we should have enough whisper root. This probably should go higher with the whisper. Return here when you have finished. Good luck. Back home, it's snowing already. Yeah. I feel that. I don't know if they absolutely were, but that's where they should be starting. Oh, okay. Actually, it's Tam, or if anybody else wants to check whether or not. I'm always curious when we come up with these like little quandaries, whether or not they have actually gone into the effort of that. I mean, I feel like the easiest way to do it is just do those retroactively with each time you add new jobs. It snowed on Friday night for me, but it's still cold and more tonight. I mean, also cold's relative, right? So like it feels like 40 or 50 here, which is warm, and also there's not wind chill. Even though, I mean, it is below 40, obviously. I'm about to get snow here too. Yeah, we're all feeling the winter comes. I basically, oh, what is it called? Oh, why am I forgetting it? The Japanese table with blanket around it. A bunch of you are gonna yell it all at once. I know it. But I basically did that. Kotatsu, yes, kotatsu. Yep, that's what I'm thinking about. I basically made a kotatsu out of my desk right now. I basically nailed a blanket into and around the edge of it. I love having windows open and try to hold out for as long as I can, but this is per. Willow, I fucking feel you on that. I love having like fresh air and stuff coming in. I mean, honestly, my favorite weather is storming anyways, though. Like, I wish it was just... Like, if I had, like, 5 days of storms, 2 days of sun, and the temperature never got below, like, 60 and never got above upper 70s, you'd like... Oh, oh, oh. Winter comes and Mariah Carey will soon follow. Yes, it's the Mariah Carey season. Oh my God, I need to invest in one of those. Yeah, I literally just took a blanket. Like, I don't really have. I can't really pull the camera down. But like, literally, I just took nails and like hammered them into the desk with just a blanket. Like, it is literally just that. And then I also did put a heater down there below, but it's so loud that I don't turn it on during stream. Welcome back, Elio. Have you brought the whisper root? Blessed is he who shows kindness to strangers, for with fortune does he have a ride. Will this quantity suffice? It shall. The Kinsai is yours. The gods favor you more than you know, child. Udgan rarely have need of such herbs, and so my stock is limited. Had you come a day earlier or later, I would have none for you. Perhaps this gods guided me here as guided their grandmother, as they guided this man from the west. Same with me, it was great last week, now it's freezing. Yeah, it was great last week here too.
Hey. How goes the search? Any luck?
What fortune to meet a friend of the young master!
I should try doing a better Gosetsu.
Well met, Cyrena. If you have an inkling as to the current whereabouts of Lord Hydaelyn, we should be most grateful for your assistance.
Oh, please. It is I who should be grateful.
Hold! What is this? I came first, you second! Know you to whom you speak?
All people of the Steppe should. Or have you fought so much that you have forgotten the fate of your superiors?
Hello, Thancred.
Superiors? I spit on your superiority, little prince! Twisted and mad as sand devils your kind are!
Yep, Artemis, yep.
Those two don't seem to like each other very much.
Those boys are of the Oranir and Dothal, the two strongest tribes. The children of Azim are destined to rule, so they declare to all who will listen. Their word is law.
She's got the face of an asshole.
Grand, flamboyant fighters, but deadly, very deadly. He prances as a horse, as do his brothers after their many recent victories.
I don't think Kryl and Serena have the same voice. Serena.
The Undyne ones too are strong, fearless, and vicious. They often reigned in the past. Now they are sorely tested.
Oh god, he's got a nobody mask. Look out where the
the
heartless.
master of the markets. He is Castir. To fight in reunion is forbidden, and to break the peace is to be banished forever. This,
I don't think so.
He says without words, for words are lies to the Castir. They do not speak.
Is that true?
That's interesting. And all these different tribes share the same lands, do they? No wonder it's tense.
Let's look up.
Ha! I shall look for you on the field at the Nardum. Mark my words!
As shall I. Mayhap I shall take 11 more Dothal heads to make a dozen with yours. I look forward to the day.
Doesn't look like she's in Stormblood. It seems like her only credit for for 14 is Endwalker.
The dispute will be settled at the Nardum?
A great battle held on the final day of the Sahan San. During this time, all bonds of hierarchy are broken. All Zayla are equal and free to prepare for the fight. The tribe which triumphs in the Nardum rules until the next Sahan San, which in these lands is now.
Ah, so that is what they call the custom. I presume your tribe will also be taking part?
Not all seek the Dawn Throne. Some are satisfied with their lot. Others, like the Castir, have reason to remain neutral. Them all are lambs among wolves. Long were we content to remain apart and live quietly, but... Never mind that. You seek Kien, yes? I know where he may be.
Yeah, but they did backlog, yeah. I don't hear Rosie Day at all, really. Is there a specific thing you're hearing, Jubilant? Let me catch up on you guys real quick. Hello, Thancred's Vieta again. New merchandise is open. Thank you, Ray Ray. I spoke get stickers of Ray Ray. I spoke of her name, and now she's the next playlist. So as long as you don't pull the blanket away from it too much, you can just let the heat stay there. Also, reiterate Shadowbringer's quests give chests rather than specific items. Right, Tam. Right. Smart. That the heat thing only works so much though because it's a very cold, very cold room. Don't let my voice's devices listen to me. I don't think it's VA. Well, no. Yep. Little Prince. You're talking to the man who came first. Preview. Is that Carl's VA? Studio freaking loves Peter Bramhill. I hear him all over the place. I think part of the reason, though, is also, like, it's not just they love Peter Bramhill, but it's like, think about it. Thancred's not in Stormblood, but they also want to keep him, like, on retainer. I mean, it's not really on retainer, but, like, effectively want to keep him around and doing stuff with them. So they just had him record all of the, like, secondary actors, and it means that a lot of the secondary actors, which means that they also don't have to hire a whole bunch of extra voice actors. They just use the same similar cadence and have him slot in. Also, he's got a good, like, general dude voice. Zayla clans don't get along with one another. My Arahu would fight anyone at the first sign of trouble. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say Zayla clans all don't get along together. There's a lot of evidence for different ones working together quite well, but some of them really don't. Sounds kind of like Bluebird. Lulzies, the Oronier guy was obviously shitting himself. Becklug, I hear it too, yeah. Okay, so other people hear it too. I don't hear it at all. That's so wild. Okay. It's the cadence of her words. Interesting. I must like hear tone more than cadence or something then. I think there's some after the Dom at least. She doesn't have the similar kind of cadence. It's not as halting. I can hear it too. At least not if you're Rain. Oh wait, what did Willow ask? Is there special dialogue if you do all this as an all run? No, there's not. I wish there was more. I wish there was more special dialogue. Oh, it's nighttime. I don't want to go see a Hien at nighttime. How much time have we got until we got 150? I'm gonna go. I want to stare at the noonday sun. So let's. You know what we can do? I'll talk to you guys for a bit, and in the meantime, I will get the. Where are they? Logs. No. Where did it get added to? It used to be a lot easier when it was just fucking in my inventory. Travel? No. Collection. There we go. To the west. Okay. I think there's some after the Dom, at least. For if you're an Al Ra, Christy, let me know if you find out what those are. Because there's painfully little. There's not none in the game. There's painfully little. Oh, at least not if you're Rain. Yeah, I guess that would be interesting if you had a different line for Rain versus Zayla. I wasn't hearing Bird, I was hearing Kryl. Yeah, I didn't hear Kryl either. It's interesting. I mean, clearly, like, Jubilant and a bunch of you guys, like, hear it with the Medion thing. I don't know if it's just, like, Medion's voice seems so distinctive with me. Obviously not in just cadence, but in the other elements. Side quest break. Yeah, I would do some side quests, but honestly... Well, you know what? Actually, I don't think I can get up there currently, right? And then you obviously can't go to Dohorolo unless you do the Namazu quest. Actually, you know what? If you talk to them, what did they say? Did they just tell you to fuck off? There's certain cutscenes in the Steppe where you get unique dialogue if you're Zayla. Oh, so if you are Zayla, you get some? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, yeah, for you. Aether current hunting, collections. I think I got called brother a lot, but no idea if that's normal. I don't think so. I don't think you do if you aren't Zayla. Oh shit, wham bam, thank you, Mammoth. I could also hear Kryl, I feel you, Jubilant. I wish we're not at Endwalker yet, so obviously we can't pull it up, but it was like we could compare and contrast, and maybe that'd train my ear more. I created Zayla all just for doing the step. Nice. Wish I had the time to rationalize it. Honestly, like, I'm surprised. If I wasn't streaming this, I don't know that I would replay the MSQ, be replaying the MSQ right now, just because time. Southeast. This isn't the one. This isn't the water. Is it over there? Where the fuck is it? Is it underwater? Oh no, is it up there? Oh, I bet you it's actually up there. Yeah. Okay, well we've got... Okay, so do you guys say we go talk to Hien at night, or do you guys say we do a side quest or two while we wait for the day to rise? Do a side quest. Oh. I actually didn't even attune to Reunion, did I? No. So that's actually also good that made me remember to do that. Day would look best when meeting Hien. Yeah, I mean it's such a picturesque moment, right? Like you don't want to ruin it. Oh, and everybody's down for the side quest too. So fuck it, let's go for it. Although I suppose if people weren't down for it, they'd be more likely to just say nothing rather than vocalize. Also, I love that. There's a lot of great lore and side quests. I think my plan is if we catch up in like to 6.x well before 7.0 comes out, which we are on cadence to super do, we'll like go back and do all the side quests in the game for streams, or like do all the like crafting quests and stuff. I think that sounds like a good time and a good fun. It'll be a good like interlude, interim. I'll have to make like a little custom logo for the corner because we've been doing like ARR, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, but like just put the side quest symbol. Okay, let's talk to Togane. Have you by any chance come for a walk around the market? I look at other families' children when they shop here. I also keep my eyes open for any other children that get separated from their parents. If you happen to come across any lost boys and girls, please tell them to come here. I mean, God, the difference between something that's real sketch and real not sketch is a very thin line. Or morning. I've never seen Mina at morning or dusk. Yeah, we could definitely do morning. We'll wait till like about 6 a.m. Because then over the course of the cutscene, it'll also transfer. Oh, look at the moon. That's the other thing I will say. Like, the vistas of Mare are, like, wonderful. Oh, I was supposed to say, is that an Aether spot? But no, it's one of the stars. But, like, ugh. Oh, I almost fell off. You say there's a nice lady that will look after me. I will go and search for her now. By the way, have you seen any of the children that look like me? You came as I know you would, for you too are warrior of the steppe, Magni. I think this is a specific dialect, correct me if I'm wrong. I can't correct you because I am unaware of the specificity of that, but I appreciate you guys sharing them. It's what, every 3 seconds is a minute? So what's 3 times 60, 180. So we got roughly about 2 hours. So we got about 5 minutes until we gotta go in. I had no idea there was a lady like that. I will go and play with her until Daddy finishes his work. Though I do wish I knew where my brothers had gone off to. Maybe he's with the lady already. John, good to see you, glad to have you. God, please have half a mind to do an archivist channel for voice side quests, and doing the side quests would save me the commitment. Yeah, I here's what I'll say. Whether or not we do it on stream, for like this stream in the same way, I will absolutely, I want to play them and I want to redo all of them and note it. So like Artemis, it's gonna happen. I just, the only problem is that like some people watch because they watch for MSQ, but if you do side quests and there's only like 3 people watching, it's not even a, I wouldn't do it for 3 people. Oh no, I need more people. It's literally just economics of like, time. I have to spend that time to make sure there's videos coming out for money. Long ago, my grandmother, having received a vision from the gods, bade me go forth into his southern mountains. It was there I found Hien, near death from many wounds. I brought him to our village, and there we nursed him back to health. Afterwards, he chose to remain, that he might repay us our kindness. Doman set much store by honor and shame, so at first I did not question it. Excuse me, I would see your map for a moment. Here, he has grown fond of this place. It affords him a view of the markets in the steppe. I would accompany you, but I must return to our village, prepare my grandmother's meal. Thank you again for your assistance. A long-awaited reunion is at hand. Come, my friends, let's go and greet our lord and master. You heard that. You get to going over to greet her master. Hey. I guess I probably should have done the blue quest, right? Or maybe I should finish the side quest I'm on first. My brain like autopiloted to doing MSQ apparently. He says that to everyone. Okay, so he does say that to everyone. What are you talking about? I'm not lost. There's a lady here who looks after lost children. Maybe I'll go and speak with her. But not because I'm lost or anything. Yeah, but so what I was talking about earlier about maps, right? And about, and I still think I did that 8th right today. I'm so bad at remembering that. Oh, I did. But so you have here. So the Eorzean steppe is here, right? So you have the southern mountains around about here that you got here in the crescent, the serpent's, what the fuck is it called? But then you have that's the space between Doma and Doma and the steppe. And then you have places like the Arras up here, and what the Dvalin Graph is. I can't even read this. There's not the Dvalin Graph's here. But so like, there's a lot of stuff up in here, and up in here that we've just never been to, or the Knowing Sea. We've been in the Burn, but like this entire thing was just one dungeon. Not that there's a lot to explore anyway, so honestly, one dungeon's fine. But the other thing is that you've got then, and I guess when we do Evilis and Baj and stuff, this will remove the cloud covers. We've got Nagsha down here, you've never been to. You've been most of Dalmasca and Firyu, and you go to the Golmore jungle for the Orborn Monastery. But there's like Volnane down here. So there's like large swaths of Othard that we just haven't been to. Whereas like Eorzea, like Ilzabar, unsurprisingly, we haven't been to large swaths of it. Like Eorzea, we've been to pretty much everywhere. I mean, there's like some places in here that we haven't really been to. We haven't been to the very southern tip of Thanalin, but there's not really much there. We have I guess the biggest places that we haven't been so far really are the Far Reach, because that's where the Hellsguard Rogadan are, and the Ogomoro, the like northern half of Vilbrin. Those are like the two big things. I won't be surprised if Ogomoro or Far Reach was the Criterion dungeon for, or the variant dungeon for Limsa. If they do a variant dungeon for each city-state, which I think they're gonna do. But I've had 3 children come saying you sent them to me. I was only supposed to be looking after 1 today, but things have gotten quite lively. I never cease to be amazed by how friendly Zayla children are with each other. Tribal boundaries mean nothing to them. This group alone contains a pair of Hima twins, a poor little girl, and the Bequad child that was here from the start. The tribes are also different. 1 of every 3 Hima pregnancies results in twins, just like these 2. Bequad women have a tradition of taking multiple husbands. Hey! And the boilers support themselves by collecting dung, drying it and turning it into charcoal, which they then sell to other tribes. They have all been brought up by so differently, and yet they get along so well. Some days I wish we adults could have behaved the same. Regardless, that is of no concern to a traveler such as you. Thank you for your help. Polyandry, baby! Polyandry going on in the steppe, to absolutely no one's surprise. I'm not lost, quote from Lost Child. Yeah, exactly. And would you expect any different? Okay, guys, here's the boy. Here comes the boy. Here he is, he and the boy. Every time you say Far Reach, my eyes twitch like, oh god, why are we getting Lovecraft? And then I remember that's just D&D, yeah.
The Kami are merciful! My lord Hien, I see you are alive and well.
Ah, you are come sooner than expected. So, my blade or my head, which would you have of me?
The people of Yansha remain loyal to Doma. I have seen the fire in their eyes. They are ready to rise up and fight. The time is ripe, my lord. Return with us, blade in hand, and lead Doma to freedom.
Naught less than liberty will suffice, then. A pity. It will prove far more difficult to deliver than my head.
He's, I love...
But if my people wish to pursue an impossible dream, then who am I to deny them?
He has such a wit about him that I love.
You giri, Gosetsu, and
The scions of the Seventh Dawn, my lord. Good and true friends who opened their hearts and homes to us when we fled to Eorzea.
Oh, I was not expecting this much Hien love. I'm glad you guys like him as much as I do.
They have journeyed to stand with us in the fight for Doman liberation, to oppose the Empire in the West, where they are lauded as heroes for their many deeds.
Say no more, Yugiri. Say no more. I observed how you helped Cyrena, to whom I am deeply indebted. For that and for the aid you provided my people, you have my deepest gratitude.
I think any argument about whether Hydaelyn or Aymeric being better is a stupid argument. I will say I think I slightly, personally, like Hydaelyn a little bit more, just for me.
There is no doubting your strength nor your character. It would be my honor to fight by your side. So, what of Doma? Arise, my friends, and tell me of our home.
Yeah, Artemis, exactly. Max, good to see you. Glad to have you. I totally agree, Artemis. He's so hot. More Hydaelyn representation for
I have
7.0.
made my decision. You, Giddy. I bid you return to Yanxia and take charge of our forces in preparation for my homecoming. As for our esteemed guests, I would ask that you remain here with me. I sense you will be a great help in the coming days.
Reminder, he's 25 years old.
Your will is my command, my lord, but how much longer do you intend to stay?
Oh, only until I have won the contest? I mean to return at the head of the Zayla army.
You mean to participate in the Nardum?
Have you a better idea? Consider how soundly we were defeated before. The Imperials may have since grown weaker, but we are weaker still. 'Twould be folly to challenge them without first supplementing our forces, so yes, I intend to win the Nardum and enlist the aid of every able-bodied Zayla I can. Furthermore, by championing the Mole in the contest, I can at last repay their kindness. Lest you forget they saved me from certain death, and a man who suffers such debts to go unpaid is without honor and unfit to lead.
Just so, just so. Our lord has spoken, you giddy. But take heart, I shall keep him safe. And should it come to it, bring him back by force.
I love Gosetsu so much.
This is no laughing matter, Gosetsu. But if these are my orders, very well. Once more I place my faith in you. Pray look after them both.
Looks like it's up to us then. Though it does seem a bit risky. Isn't Hydaelyn meant to be the next king of Doma or something?
Entitled to their help.
So they say, though in truth I am but a pale reflection of my late father. All the more reason to entreat your assistance.
Hydaelyn adheres to their customs, and therefore...
For ours is an impossible dream. To set in motion a revolution that will rattle the very firmament and shake off the yoke of the most powerful empire in the world.
We'll have to talk about that, Artemis, because that seems very strange to me. Good shit. Okay, let's catch up on you guys quick. I love Hydaelyn. Everyone loves Hydaelyn. I'm super glad y'all love Hydaelyn as much as you do. I'm used to being not the lone Hydaelyn defender, not even defender, but just like most people are like, yeah, he's fine. But I think he's much better than fine. He's a very interesting character, especially if you don't just look at what he's superficially saying, but the way in which he handles himself. Love Hydaelyn. I loved him on sight. The voice is also great. Yeah, great voice actor. I have the biggest crush on Hydaelyn. Understandable. Willow over here being like, I want to grab him by the ponytail and redacted. Wait. I want to grab him by the ponytail and redacted. Hydaelyn's my absolute favorite leader, plus the fact that he has a ponytail aside. Hydaelyn is so hot. More Hydaelyn representation. I don't know that we'll see more Hydaelyn in 7.0. I think the main way you would see more of him is to do with if we were doing anything with Hingashi. But even then, I don't know how much he would still be like a very background element. I think you'd be sent out more with characters like Yugiri or potentially Wandering Monk, Omyoji Gosetsu, or Shugendo Gosetsu. But yeah, I do want it. I absolutely want it. I love him. I love him in the Endwalker World Quest. Love the contrast between the sense of wisdom and boyishness with him. Yeah. I seem Kirsten that Hydaelyn is a little too entitled to Zayla's help, which I have mixed feelings about. I have only confusion about what do they mean. Like, maybe there's something I'm missing, but literally he never feels entitled to it until he abides by their customs and wins the right to be able to, like, direct them. We'll talk about it as we go. I'm fine without Emmett. There are others like Graha and Ironville that would work in for joining. I obviously have a type. Yeah. Yes, I made it. Rachel, good to see, glad to have you. Made it time to watch you play my favorite Stormblood zone. Awesome. And don't forget, there's always the VOD that you can watch later if you want to catch up on what you've missed so far. Dark, broody, etc. I mean, but that's interesting you say that, Willow, though, because I wouldn't say Hien's broody. I think he's contemplative. But I don't think, I would never call Hien broody. Definitely contemplative. His Endwalker World Quest was the one I liked doing the most. I think I was just talking about this with Neri. I think that has my favorite ending, and I think that one might be one of the strongest ones for me. Like, I really like, the problem is I really love the melee one. We won't go into it too much, obviously, but I really like the melee one, but not even really for what the World Quest is about as much as, I mean, partly what it's about, but also for, like, implications for New World stuff. Healing, I also really liked. Healing's really good, but I think its conclusion's a little weaker compared to, like, I think the ranged one has the strongest ending for me. Eorzean, was it? Once again, allow me to thank you for many deeds in service to Doma. For 25 years did my father rule in name only. My rule, if one would deign to call it that, has been naught in comparison. That changes now. We have a purpose and a plan, and after we take to the battlefield together, we will have victory as well. But you are a practical man, I can tell that. Disinclined to trust in words when actions speak truer. I can relate. The way in which Hien and Americ both hold people at a very specific kind of arm's length, and the way, like, Hien and Americ I love because they're so interesting to contrast, but not interesting to compare and, like, someone being better or worse. Like, to me, that's just garbage, useless conversation, effectively. But to look at the way in which Hien and Americ represent their societies and the way in which they handle that and their positions of leadership, and it's just really interesting, really juicy. So you too have heard of the Ndam, the great battle for supremacy of the Steppe. I learned it during my stay with the Lord. To my knowledge, no foreigners have ever participated, much less triumphed in the Ndam. But lack of precedent notwithstanding, I should think we would have good standing to bid them march with us to Doma, should we win. Well then, will they even permit us to fight, my lord? We belong to no tribe of the Steppe. We are not without options, given what Cyrena has told me. You see, in accordance with the god's wishes, her people shall participate in the coming Ndama. And when they take to the field, I mean for us to fight alongside them, fellow warriors of the Mole. But we need not discuss that at length here. Come, let us head north to the Mole Ilo, where Cyrena and her people have made camp for the season. And, like, not to say that people can have personal preferences in terms of, like, liking one more than the other, but, like, just, yeah, you know my whole thing about, like, comparing, contrasting, like, this one's better is... And sometimes it's warranted. Sometimes there's a point to it. Like, I think you can say Shadowbringers is better than Stormblood. Let's say that's the easier one, right? Everyone fucking loves Shadowbringers, and some people, even people who like Stormblood would broadly agree Shadowbringers is obviously better than Stormblood. But, like, that to me is not just to focus on that is not the detriment of Stormblood, right? Part of it's to talk about why it is interesting. Also, the fact that you don't get Shadowbringers without the build-up of Stormblood, Heavensward, and all that comes before. I saw a really interesting comment a while ago. I mean, I guess it's not a surprising comment, but it was someone basically really well articulating the idea that they think Shadowbringers is much better as a standalone, as a individual story compared to Endwalker. But the thing is that Endwalker is so much stronger as a part of the tapestry of the narrative it's about and as a conclusion. And I really think, like, I can really get behind that. I think Endwalker probably still speaks more to me personally, but you know, I mean, it also makes sense, right? Because Shadowbringers, you're a stranger in a new land, you know, you get to kind of start from scratch. Even though it doesn't really fully work as self-contained, it kind of does. But, so one thing that you'll see here, you'll see Dothral Ka, you'll see like Azim Ka. So this word Azim Ka and this word Dothral Ka are same, those Ka are the same words. But the problem is that in the, I almost said Dothraki, the Eorzean, like, in the Steppe, they didn't use written words very much. So people kind of just make up their own rules for whatever they're writing. So a lot of times you'll see the same word spelled completely differently. It's just a lovely little piece of, like, world building. Yeah, I don't see Ian being broody either. Okay, so I'm not alone with that. I don't see broody. It's getting way too distracted from cleaning. Sorry, Aurora. I hadn't done the healing or tank role quest, been too scared to even try tanking and healing. Well, role quests are absolutely the best time to do it though. Especially if you're worried about tanking or healing, go do the Shadowbringers tanking and healing role quests. I cannot recommend you do them enough because they effectively kind of teach you how to tank and heal. I would deeply, deeply recommend that. And then I would say go do the Endwalker ones after that. And if you're worried about leveling, don't remember that you can go do the, you can do things like Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High up to a certain level, but you could also do up to a certain level duty support, where you won't have to play with other players and you can let yourself go at your own pace to learn how to do it. That, or also you could just go into the Discord and at people in the looking for group and just say, hey, could someone help me? I want to learn how to heal or tanking, but I'm not going to be good at first, you know, or I could use some tips, and I'm sure people would love to help you. I also compare and contrast Tien and Amaric a lot from an interesting character study perspective, yeah. Try with duty support, yep, someone already got to that. Try with duty support, might help you get a feel for tanking and healing, totally. Characters, they are like really cute, bright with personalities, I'm not attracted to as much. That's not surprising, Willow. Yeah, I'm not surprised you say that. I like Hien more than Amaric. It's interesting, because I would say Amaric broods more than I would say Hien does, you know? Personal preferences and not a fact. Yeah. Purple, good to see, glad to have you. I've always described Stormblood as an awkward growing phase of a larger narrative. Yeah, and like I've said, like the journey through it has been so far has been really interesting to articulate also the ways in which that is definitely true and also why the other ways in which it might stumble. I agree, if Shadowbringers was so strong, Endwalker wouldn't have hit as hard, though it still would have been strong. Yeah, I need coffee. It's got some awkward parts that don't land for everyone, but I think that Stormblood gets it right, gets extremely well. Yeah, and I think the Steppe as a whole does that. Yeah, good luck with that lurking, Aurora. Definitely not going to say something that gets you draw you out. My friends, I give you the Mol Ilo. The Cthulhu of the tribe, Temaloon, resides in the largest yurt. We should go and make our introductions. Would you criticize Sadu's spelling? Would you criticize Sadu's spelling? I wouldn't criticize Sadu for anything, because that is the quickest way to get a staff shoved up your butt and it lit on fire at the same time. Meanwhile, I love tanking. I mean, I'm a tank main, so like I adore tanking. I can play DPS and have an okay time, and I enjoy healing, especially on Sage, but like 95% of my time playing this game is tanking. The only reason that it's really hasn't been as much lately is because of how much I've been having to play LAO for the streams and stuff. But luckily, next expansion, we're going back to tanks, baby! And then the expansion after that, we're going back to tanks, baby! And then the expansion after that, we're probably going to be a caster, because I don't think they're going to do Gunbreaker for 7.0. But my money's on DPS caster. That's just where I'm putting it. And I don't think we're ever going to get a healer. I hope I'm wrong. I just don't think we're ever going to get a healer. The nuance of trying to get oppressed people to rise up, Chef's Kiss, never done that so well in another video game. Yeah, and Artemis, I totally agree. I think that's like, it's things like that that I don't think people gloss over but don't care for as much, that are some of the strengths of Stormblood that can end up being like, this is a good thing that it's taking the time to do this, but also, and there's something to be said that the reason Garlemald hits as much as it does is that Stormblood exists. And not singularly, but like, you don't get to the point that Endwalker Garlemald hits the way it does without the buildup of the war narrative that exists coming out of 4.0 and 4.x. As well as some 5.0 and 5.x stuff. But you know, like if you just went straight into like a Garlemald section starting from Heaven's Word, it hits, but it may not hit quite the same. At last, the traveler comes. You heard that, guys. The traveler comes.
Tamaru,
Kamar, good to see, glad to have you.
Serena, I am returned.
Ah, you found each other.
Serena making lusty eyes over
Ours
here.
is
Ian.
the soil, Hien. The Domans, and the Eorzeans too.
You know us?
The gods know you, child. As do the stars in the heavens, which shone bright at your coming.
Oh, interesting. They practice a form of...
The Mole hearken to the whispers of the elder gods, which guide us in our daily lives. We know them through the Utun, like my grandmother.
Hatun, I am come to beg a boon of you and yours. That I might liberate my homeland, I seek to rally the strength of the steppe. To that end, I wish to fight in the Nardum as a warrior of the Maul. Will you grant me this honor?
It's so weird to me to say that
stand with the
Hydaelyn's...
Maul is fruitless. Hydaelyn, do not do this. The gods may have willed that our tribe join in the Nardum, but
The idea that Hydaelyn is in any way presumptive about his, like, the allyship with the Azela seems weird to me. Because, like, the entire process is about him
there is no
respecting
path to
their ways.
victory. We are weak and our numbers few. Even with your help, it would be impossible.
I thank you for your concern, Cyrena. But it is precisely because of the seeming hopelessness of your cause that we must needs cast our lot with you. Were we to join hands with a more favored tribe, our victory would inevitably be attributed to them, and no one would follow me to Doma.
"'Twas the gods' will that we fight. Mayhap this too is their design. Hear me then. As Hartun of the Maul, I invite you all to join with us in the Nardum.
Huzzah. You love to see all the side quests? Okay, cool. Then yeah, we'll definitely
Will
do
you
that
look
then.
after them?
Come with me, friends. There is much I would show you.
You... wait. I would have words. A singular radiance, shimmering, like a jewel of the Dusk Mother, blinding in its brilliance. Stars flicker and flock to you. Before such gathered light, even the secrets of the gods may be laid bare.
This is really interesting in retrospect because of the nature of
Some
Azem.
are fated to rise in grace and glory. Others to falter and fade, though not from memory. Both will be your strength and salvation come the end.
That is not a reference to Stormblood. That's like not how
Cherish
Stormblood
the
ends.
stars and the light they bring you in the dark. For you are a traveler, are you not?
Holy fuck! This is straight up Ichikawa must have written this, and that is straight up, that's not, think about it. Like, yes, your friends and stuff, all that matters is an aspect of Stormblood, but as a narrative point, that doesn't become incredibly relevant until some, I mean, you can argue, oh, that's super, the, like, Endwalker, it's super, but also, that Shadowbringers, the idea of having the light around you, of being the Traveler, of the Wanderer, of, like, all those things, those are some, that is some ambiguous shit that is, that's good. I like fighting, did someone just say I like fighting for aggro? Also, fighting for aggro on Crystal Tower. Don't fight for aggro on Crystal Tower. Either you have it, and if you're losing it, it's because the other people's do more DPS. If you are the tank and you're doing less DPS than the other tank, so you're losing aggro, that means you need to just turn off your tank stance and let them take it. However, if they're taking it from you because they're provoking, then fuck them, take it back. But if you're doing, the tank who should be the one main tanking is the one who is able to do the most damage. And that just is the case. You should not be fighting for it. There should be one tank in front of the thing. You should not be standing on top of each other unless there's a mechanic for it. This needs to be said. Do not be the tank in an alliance raid fighting for aggro or standing on top of another tank while you don't have aggro. Please. I beg, as a tank man, I beg of this of you all. The nuance of trying to get oppressed people to rise up. Yeah. Sleeping pills. Thanks for advice. I think I should try tanking and healing. Could be fun. Tanking and healing in 14 is not that bad. Tanking and healing in 14 is a lot of fun. Tanking is only stressful if you go in and you don't tell people, hey, I'm new, can we try doing slower pulls? If you go in and you just start pulling one enemy at a time, people might get annoyed at you. But if you come in and you just say, hey, new, I'm gonna be pulling slow. People are gonna be fine, and if they aren't fine, fuck them. But like, make sure if you're worried to say something. It's okay to say something. My man is the chat. Like in raids, basically a dick measuring contest. If you get beat, if you're getting beat by lawful, Mother Earth must have given you a cruel handicap. No, it should. That is not what at all. Do not use tanking as a dick measuring contest, please. I was so nervous about tanking at first, but now it's one of my favorite things. Yeah, it's a good time. I want to like tanking, but I've had some really bad luck with roulettes and passive-aggressive mentors lately. Oh, Jellybean, I'm sorry. That fucking sucks. Also, I'm more engaged with big cosmic stuff. Stormblood being so grounded is a good prep for well, yeah, and you think because Stormblood is a war narrative and a much more grounded narrative, which is really helpful for the fact that things are gonna get so big soon. Jan, good to glad to have you. Tanking has been pretty forgiving for the past years, honestly. Everyone remembers stance dancing. Yes, I was at the tail end of stance dancing. Yeah, tanking in 14 is more about optimizing than anything else. Oh fuck, Jellybean, I'm sorry. That's shit. Yeah. I will grant you anything. I found that one of the criticisms of Hien, I'll try to paraphrase, yeah. I just had a thought, dangerous I know, but thinking about Stormblood puts me in the mind of Matt Colville video about Black Panther and the origin of executive power. I have no idea what you're referring to. While he was overall respectful toward them, at least towards the mole, he also approached them in a way that smacked of being Prince Noble. I mean, that's horseshit. He's a leader. He approached them as a leader of another group, seeking for their aid and respecting their ways. But yeah, he is a leader. He is a leader of his people. He is that thing. It is his responsibility to try to free his people. It is his responsibility to look for others for, like, he is a king in a world in which there are kings. So him acting, he was never presumptive. He didn't go up to the Khatun and was like, oh, we're going, and I know you're not arguing this, I'm just saying, just like emphatically, he didn't go like, okay, you're gonna let me fight, and if we win, I'm gonna lead your people, and said, hey, allow me to fight for you, and here is my plan. And it's up to her whether or not to accept him. And then he wins, spoiler, and by their cultural customs and tradition, they're like, yeah, you know, like to me, like, yeah. I mean, he is a prince, but he is a prince, yeah. And a warrior who's very confident, get out of my head, Demins, yeah. And it has better internet than my house. At least he was confident and poised. Like, he wasn't disrespectful, so no, I'm not really sure what the issue is, yeah. I mean, he's not even, like, I don't even think he's acting like princely or kingly or anything. I think he's acting like a leader, but like Rauban would have done that. Merwib would have done that. You know, any of the leaders of groups of people would have been like, hey, here is a possibility, a route to the salvation of my people. I'm going to try and go for it. And you know, yeah, it's a reference to something later. At least he used the letter ones. Yeah, this part hits hard as fuck. The traveler, yeah, yeah. Take heart and protect them well. Oh, Dest, beautiful. Take heart and protect them well. She did. The step was here in Stormblood. Yeah. Shadowbringer's foreshadowing. Yeah, Ishikawa wrote the step portion at least. Yeah. I always forget who wrote what parts of Stormblood, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Ishikawa was working an entire expansion ahead. No, Ishikawa wrote 3.4. She was working well over an expansion ahead. You know, like 3.4 is just straight up for Shadowbringers. Apparently, when you come back here in other patches, her dialogue changes. Ooh. Foreshadowing, and yes, Ishikawa wrote the step. Tanking is fun. Thank you for that knowledge. I'll happily use it when I start tanking. Yeah, here's what I will say in 14. In general, if you say, hey, I'm new, or hey, I'm struggling, most people are going to respect that. And most of the time, if they don't, kind of fuck them. That said, if you're level 90 and you've been playing a lot of tanking and stuff, there is a certain level to at which it's okay for people to start to expect that you're like pulling your own weight. But if you're leveling a tank and it's your first tank, it's okay for you to be new. We're all new. I would say if you're struggling at all, the other thing is ask for help. Ask me, ask someone in this community, ask someone you're playing with. Let people help you. If you don't know, it's okay to ask. And if people are making fun of you or being assholes for ask, fuck them. Fuck them. Because it's okay to ask questions. It's okay to learn. We all have to learn at some point. None of us come out of the womb just like, haha, I'm brilliant. Yeah. Ixor, good to see, glad to have you. Normal, I jump in as tank, the other take the aggro, he can keep it. Same with DD, yeah. Normal, I jump in as tank, and if the other tank aggro, the aggro, he can keep it. Yeah, basically, whatever tank is able to maintain aggro. So like, let's say neither tank provokes and you're fighting, you're both fighting it, and you're not getting it. Your response should not be to provoke. Your response should be turn off your tank stance, unless there's like a tank swap at some point, and go be with the DPS. Because otherwise what you're doing is you're just gonna provoke, and then eventually they're gonna out DPS you and steal it again. And if you're like at slight different angles, you've just made your DPS's like positionals harder. Like, and if there's cleaves, you're making your healers' lives harder because you're both taking a cleave when there's no reason for you to both take that cleave. You know? If you enjoy the stream and you aren't a member of Discord, why not come join us? Yes, thank you, Ray, at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. It speaks to Hydaelyn having a similar mentality to the steppe dwellers as the rest of Oathard in the world, that they're strong, yes, but also simple, primitive, and subsequently easy to manipulate. That's pretty hilarious as a point, because what that point is saying is, I don't respect these people's customs and ways and the methods by which how they choose power, and I think I know better. So it's disrespectful that Hydaelyn is not like acting by what I consider to be honorable or normal, because that person is ignoring the customs and culture and traditions and like ways of fealty and respect that exist in the steppe as well as in Doma. So that's kind of a really ironic point to come out of someone's mouth, effectively. He speaks to having a similar mentality to the steppe dwellers of the rest of Oathard in the world. They're strong, yes, but also simple and primitive, and subsequently easy to manipulate. But that's not manipulation. He's not manipulating them. He made his intentions perfectly clear. Manipulation would be if he was pretending like, oh, they're all like he's super, super weak or something. He's playing by their game, you know? Yeah, I think I'm less mixed on this, yeah. I never agree with this person, but I really disagree rereading this. Yeah, no, and Artemis, it's fascinating. I don't even mean to be like, fuck them, how dare they say this. It's more like just, that's really interesting me to that take, because I feel like it ignores the explicit text, not the implicit text, not the like, oh, you kind of have to read into it. I feel like literally just looking at it, just at face value, it kind of refutes that. The video I mentioned about the themes of the movie Black Panther, Executive Power, the Codex of Leadership of Kingdoms. Ah, nice, Tam. Cool, I'll make sure to check it out. That's what Blacklist is for. What 10 class would you best try out first? I would say the best, it depends on your temperament. I would say Warrior is probably, any of them will work well. Any of them will work well, especially early on. There's not gonna be a huge difference. I would say probably choose. That's hard. It depends on the level range, and it depends on what you're used to dealing with in terms of complexity. I wouldn't choose Paladin right now, because Paladin's about to change in about a month or two. It's November, so January. So in about 2 months, Paladin's going to be completely reworked, so I wouldn't choose Paladins right now, even though I love it dearly. Gunbreaker is like 3 DPS in a trench coat, so Gunbreaker could be really good as a pick for if you want to start tanking. The problem with Gunbreaker, and this is no advice I'm going to give is going to be perfect because each person's different. The thing about Gunbreaker is that the way it like tanks and heals is a little bit, it's not weird because they're all kind of weird and different, but it's not as straightforward in some ways. Dark Knight is similar in that you don't have a lot of like mitigation tools for maintaining your health and stuff. I mean, you do, but you don't. It's a little bit clunky at the moment. It's really good for DPS. It's a really good tank. It's in my opinion kind of clunky. Warrior is like the basic bitch. I mean, it's not even the basic bitch because it's got a lot going on, but you have simultaneously, it is probably one of the girthiest tanks in terms of like single, just solo survivability. And also it has a lot of the fun stuff of like, I'm gonna hit the thing real hard with my big fucking axe. So, I mean, I would say if you want, none of them are the simplest, but I think Warrior is probably your best bet. If I had to pick one offhand. I had a YouTube, oh, here, my chat broke. Give me a second, guys. Pop out chat. Had a YouTube poop guy in level 90. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I said YouTube. Level 90 content kicked his ass faster than he could write more stuff. Yeah. I feel like there's such a distorted projection of whoever's arguing that point. Yeah. I agree, Jubilant. Learning is for nerds. Out of the womb and straight to the Paladin shield. Yeah. Also, had a new tank and Sasha told him to go ham. Went super nice. Yeah. Warrior's the easiest in my opinion. Yeah, I will not tolerate people being mean to anyone in the Discord. It's true. Ray will kick anyone's ass. If someone's just being rude, she will remind them and have no problem. Not like being a cruel monster, but if people are, especially people are being any kind of jerk, I have no problem in being like, fuck that. Warrior, from what I hear, is the easiest Unga Bunga press buttons. It is, but like as it goes, its mitigation has some interesting ways it interacts. And so like its mitigation isn't always the simplest in my opinion, in contrast to some of the mitigation choices like Paladin's just purely the mitigation is kind of simpler in a certain, well, I guess also because, well, no, I would say, yeah, I would say go warrior. Warrior's my main and monkey brain. Unga bunga, fell cleave, go burr. I like warrior, it matches my internal rage. The person is removing the agency of the steppes peoples. Yeah, Demins, I totally agree. Yeah. However, I really like dark. I love dark, but dark, here's the thing. Dark currently requires a little bit more articulation to use in that its self-healing isn't quite as good. It's like, it's not harder really, but it is a little bit more careful. You need to be a little bit more careful with its mitigation. Honestly, Warrior is the best tank. He can't die easily for dungeons, fun as hell, yeah. Warrior's another healer too. Yeah, Warrior is a green tank. I like Dark, but it was a bit to pick up at first, starting at level 30, yeah. As a noob to tanking who dabbled with most of them, I'd recommend Warrior. Gunbreaker is fun but feels scary as a tank noob. Dark has edgy style points, but it's more complicated than Warrior. Yeah, I think we're all agreed, yeah, than Warrior. To be fair, I normally are suspicious about people who would upheld honor over everything else, but it's an Asian thing to do, so I don't give it much thought in this setting. But the thing is that Hien's willing to sacrifice, like, I don't think he upholds honor over anything else. Yeah, thank you, have a good night. Yeah, have a good night, Emmett. Let me catch up with you guys real quick, and then I may have to, like, dive in. I think that person is objecting to Hien's vibe. He came off as flippant with his, we're gonna come in the person's culture and be the best at it and take over. But, like, he didn't do that, is the thing. Is even his attitude doesn't come across that way, in my opinion. I like Gunbreaker and Paladin the most, but Paladin doesn't have a lot of defensive cooldown, so it must be tough. And, like, understanding when you should use Clemency, and, like, and understanding the way to optimize its rotation with fight or flight and all that stuff. Like, it's not that Paladin's a bunch more than the others, like, a ton more, but the other thing is you mix that with it's going to be completely revamped in 2 months, and I would say if someone's going to be picking up tanking, you don't want to give them something where they finally feel like they're comfortable, and then you throw that out the window. Hien was always upfront about why he wanted to join the Dom. He abided by their customs and traditions. They set conditions. He met them, so they agreed to come to Doma's aid. Yeah. You only need blood wedding. Personally, I started with, oh, hey, Summit, good to glad to have you. I started with Gunbreaker and I really enjoyed it. Low level tanking feels much worse to me because you don't have enough mitigation, so starting at 60 was nice. Yeah, Summit, that's absolutely fair. I would say it depends super much on how stressed out you get by tanking. Because if you're stressed out at just the concept, I'd say let people do low level tanking. But as someone who had this a very similar experience, I do think if you feel even slightly confident tanking, starting out at 60 with Gunbreaker and like letting that carry you for a bit into the, like the mentality, it works totally fine. Takeover is maybe a strong word, but well, word limit. Yeah, no, and we're gonna be talking more about that as we go on. You gotta know more of the fight than when it used to be when to use TBN. Yeah, especially with Dark Knight. Yeah, because you knowing what you can get away with is not even just knowing about your kit. And with Dark Knight, you actually do have to know the fight completely because of like you can't even just block with TBN, but because you can't sustain yourself. War has the lowest skill floor. I guess because of its fundamental attack, I would agree. I think because its mitigation, though, I'm also too close to Paladin, so at this point, maybe I think Paladin's easier than it is. We're super easy mitigation. Yeah. I'm going to continue going. This is a great conversation, though, guys. Thank you all for coming and for offering a fight with us in the Dharma. Though I still fear our chances are grim, I am grateful for your assistance. To be recognized as a warrior of the mole, there's a trial we must overcome. But before we speak of such things, there's another more pressing matter. By the way, whoever wants to join me for Bardom's Medal, we're going to have that coming up in a little bit. Presumably, anyways. Stormblood quest. My friends, I must warn you. Give me a second. My friends, I must warn you, the path upon which you embark is fraught with peril. You will journey onto the far reaches of the steppe to confront a tribal foe, as did the warriors of Bardom in days of yore. 3 days he battled with demons ere he returned to his people. So it is written, so it must be. I wonder if Bardom was what prior warrior of light. Many who follow in his footsteps perish, lacking in strength of body and mind. Therefore, we must treat you to a great feast. I won't complain. Have I said something strange? The hungry fox starves staring at the bull's testicles. Therefore, warriors should be well fed on the eve of battle. What a line! The hungry fox starves staring at the bull's testicles. She does have a point. You have been keeping busy in my absence. A brief repast may be in order, lest we collapse of fatigue and malnourishment in the midst of our trial. Yes, just so. However, it will take time to prepare. Is there anything we can do to help? Might it also give us a chance to learn more about your people and their ways? Well, if you insist, I am sure that the others would be glad of your assistance. Would you go and speak with Dorbe, Lise? As for you three, you can help with another task. For today's feast, the god decreed that we lure Gulgulo to slaughter with entrails. Perhaps you could be the ones to do this. That is your people looking to the gods for guidance, I understand. But your daily meals, I say your grandmother must be quite busy. Some days more than others, but every night we come together around the cookfire. Even babes must earn their keep of the steppe. Give over the entrails, Serena. We will bring you a bounty of meat. Balls to the walls pulls, yeah. It's funny, I actually liked low-level tanking without the tools because the dungeons know this and do not, like, no damage, so it's easy peasy. Yeah, I guess for me, the thing is you get to a point with tanking where that becomes boring because it's easy to survive anyways, and the fun things becomes more about pulling to absolute max and, like, having the tools to try and pull as hard as possible while also surviving it. Since the YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray Ray. Agreed, Jubilant. I'm happy to get low-level things in roulette. Yeah. Don't have to worry about mid-rotations or involves. Just pull everything and YOLO it. It's just... imagine, it's like playing DPS, though, like, when you have, like, not even just mitigation tools, but imagine when you're playing DPS and you, like, don't have... I mean, one, let's say you're AoEs, right? But even just, like, you don't have any tools to do any of your fun combos or things. You're just pressing the same, like, 3 buttons over and over again. I guess it depends on what you mean by low. Low, to me, is 1 to 50. Like, things start to get a little bit interesting at 60+. A word of advice. Our quarries want to avoid the Zayla and their settlements, but it is fond of flowing waters. A thought occurs to me. How about we make a game of it, Elio? I have 6 bags of entrails, with which we may lure our Gulo Gulo. 3 for you and 3 for me. Whoever returns with the greater portion shall be declared the winner. What say you? Everyone fighting about Sirena. Then it is settled. Gosetsu will stand as witness. Let the game begin. In my experience, you still have to rely on the healer to spam healing to not die. Granted, they don't have AoE, so it makes sense, but if I'm playing tank, I like feeling more agency on not dying. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing is, I love when I'm in a dungeon and the healer fucking manages to die from something that isn't, like, that has nothing to do with me, or, like, let's just say the healer died somehow from, like, a boss fight, and I managed to get a boss to the end by using Paladin's combination of mitigation, clemency, and other tools to, like, keep myself alive for the last, like, 3% of health. The watchtower of the Mole Elo are still visible in the distance. It seems unlikely the Gulo Gulo would venture this close. So for me, it's like, if it's just expecting the healer to heal me, then there's like there's no fun. It's like I want to be able to, you know, like be skilled. Hey, yeah, good to glad to have you. I will stare at the bull's testicles, but for an entirely different reason. You fucking furry. And thus do we get one of the many reasons I love the Steppe. Serena's great. Apparently, we're all fighting over the Serena thing. Of course it is. Why do you want to punch her? I won't hurt her. It's just like, if you've seen Hemia? I imagine I am Robin and she is Patrice. Not. White Mage, damage rotation, glare, 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 and glare. Especially early on. I mean, the thing is that glare also runs out of its use, though, because things become... Hoofprints and wagon tracks are unmistakable in the earth. Perhaps there's Gula Gula working, but where? Wait. Did you say that there is lurking in the earth? I mean, I would expect that... Yeah, we'll do that. Fuck it. I have no idea. Tamlin, that fun. My favorite minigame as war is, can I force the pre-pull XCOG timeout? There's the good one. I'm interested, because, like, if 7.0 is not a tank, I mean, I usually play the MSQ, at least, as not tank. I wonder, it'll be interesting to see, like, do I try to play a DPS for an entire expansion? I don't think so, because I think I would go mad trying to do dungeons not as a tank, especially if the tank's, like, not pulling... It's not pulling perfectly, but just, like, pulling max. Like, there shall only be balls to the wall, and there will be no slowing down. I'm disappointed in warriors that proc my XCOG. The area appears to be isolated area farm, so yeah, there'll be a Gulo Gulo here. This is thinking from a meta perspective, but I kind of expect them to change how healers are and make a healer the cover job. I mean, here's what I'll say, Jade. I don't think so. I want to hear, please pitch me on it. Like, pitch me on, like, what your, not even rationalization. Like, no, I'm not saying, like, convince me. I'm just saying, like, I can't see how that would work out. Because I mean, not even just, like, the dynamic of the silence is irrelevant, right? Because there's multiple flex people, that's fine. But, like, I feel like the way they would want to show up the cover job is the person, you always want the warrior of, like, kind of being the person rushing into the breach, not the support. Because even as tanks, they're the ones, like, at the front of the line. And we haven't had caster DPS yet. We had archer as a DPS, so I mean, we have technically had a range. Oh, did I check that one up top? I didn't. From 1.0, but like we haven't had a caster yet. And especially if they did something like Geomancer, right? Like introduce a new caster like that, to make them the poster child of the new job. Because remember, we haven't been a new job since Stormblood. Because Samurai was the last time we were a new job, and the only time we were a new job, technically. I mean, could you count Warrior because of a Realm Reborn? Not really. I guess Stormblood is the only time we were a new job as the poster child. So I think, I feel like as a hype machine, unless they're going to give Kryl the new job or a new character the new job. Because, like, Zero's a Reaper, so, like, that's not going to happen, you know? She's probably not going to job change or anything if she's still around. Even a lot of healer mains think job is boring and want changes. Do you mean the job or do you mean the role? Like, and like, what do you mean precisely? And also, we've like, I guess the thing is, I feel like we would have had some kind of hint that they were feeling that way about healers, rather than, you know, because we haven't had any implication that they're feeling that they're going to change up healers that drastically. And also, I feel like there are other, I mean, you could say the exact same thing about tanks, you know? Because a lot of people think tanks are boring because, like, oh, there's no tank, you know, stance dancing or aggro, because it's basically just tank stance. Even a lot of healer mains think the job is boring and want changes. And that's the other thing, though, is, like, a lot of people who are mains start to think their job's boring because they get to the point where they master them. And, you know, because I would say, like, I find healers still incredibly fun. I'm not a healer main, though, so take that for what it's worth. There's been problems getting people to play healers, especially in JP and PF, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them get people to try. See, but I feel like the thing about getting people to play healers is more about the amount of people who are uncomfortable or worried about healing, not just about healing being fun. I mean, you saw Emmett and how Emmett was worried about tanking and healing, right? The thing about tanking, though, is that they have rewards for it. So at least some people are motivated to try and do tanking for the mount rewards, or like have. I think that other than completely like reconfiguring all the healers wouldn't incentivize a bunch of new people to play healer. I think the main thing, and I think if you are incentivizing a bunch of new people to play healer, you're probably going to end up dumbing a lot of things down to get people who are worried about it to play, rather than people who at the high end who are excited for something new and interesting. If you make them more like complex, you're not going to get new people. You're going to get less people. I would think, you know, what you would instead do is get some carrots and like incentivize people to play healer via like, you know, do like healer mounts, you know. But that would just be like my initial thought. Oh, have you used all the bait? In that case, let us see the fruits of your labor. They're talking about this on Mog Talk. Oh, okay. And how making Fizz Rain actually supports actively help the heals and give heals more damage, but it'd be a whole rework. Okay, so I missed that on Mog. Oh, they're talking about Mog Talk. Yeah. Oh, it would seem that at the very least you are the faster hunter. But speed is not everything. For my part, I slew 6 Gulo Gulo. The thing about that, though, is that means that if you're going to need to make Machinist with ranged, that means all the ranged are going to have to be partial support. And if you do that, make all the ranged partial support, it means that that identity for all ranged people has to be that, because if it's not that, then if you take a Machinist, then you may not have enough healing to like literally clear the content. If you're expecting, and the thing is, I don't know, this is personal preference. This is not, you know, but like I would much rather have like a role where like your role as a healer is to heal. Like it isn't to be healer DPS, it's to heal. With some small amount of DPS. I mean, like, Sage has a lot of interesting DPS tools. It doesn't have a ton, but, like, as a healer, for instance, you do have interesting DPS options. Not, they're not zero, is more my point. Aye, that you have, my lord. As for Elio, 6 Gulo Gulo did he slay too. 'Twould seem you have met your match, my lord. Of all the possible outcomes, this is perhaps the most amusing. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. And perhaps the most auspicious, though I would have preferred to win the day. I shall settle for the whimsy of the kami. And with that, our game is concluded. Let us return to the Mo Ilo forthwith, and let us have Elio present our meat to Sirena. Okay, apparently we're gonna go present our meat to Sirena. Too bad I'm not. Well, I guess a Rogadin, an Elizin, and a Hyur walk into a yurt. Mayhap you are unfamiliar with the tradition of Zayla cuisine? Let not its appearance deceive you. It is quite hearty and nourishing. Were it not so, I doubt they could have nursed me back to health. You should have seen the state I was in. I'm guessing the baseline issue around one fights are scripted, so incoming damage is very predictable. Beyond DPS taking too many hits, healing isn't very interactive. Fair. Expecting healers to do damage, but healers have 1 DPS attack single, and this is boring as fucking not interactive. But Sage is not. I mean, you play a lot of Sage, you know, like Sage has more than one DPS. I mean, like you have a fundamental rotation. But like this is also the problem of the high end versus the low end, right? Or not even low end, but like the mid end. And not to say that doesn't mean the high end people's like problems aren't real. Just like, you know, you compare and contrast the average player for a healer versus, and I don't just mean like the singular average player. I just mean like a large swath of people. Yeah, the role, but I've seen quite a few people complaining about the fact that the better gear you have, the less you need to do healing part of the job, and the damage rotation is one button with DOT. And I def have felt the same way trying to learn healers. Okay, yeah. White Mage is a special mount. Yes, but Exorn, but you get that special mount literally like basically the second you do it. You don't have to, it's not like a tank where the tanks you have to do like 200 things of a certain level in order just to get the mount. The White Mage is what, get to level 30? There's like something like that. It's like, is it even a White Mage? Isn't it a Conjuring mount? Yeah, it'd be a whole freaking mess rework. Yeah, Machinist could have stuff like the PvP turret. Maybe PvP was testing ground for Machinist. They'll bring in something like PvP. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Jada at the point 3. It does get more boring the better the group gets, but trying to give better DPS tools will make normal healing way harder. Yeah, I don't think you can have a mid end. Conjurer, yeah, level 30. Yeah. So like that was about to say, like, it's not even really a White Mage, and like it's literally just a gift of you played Conjurer, here you go, which was like kind of a way to get people to play Conjurer once upon a time. But like it's not, that doesn't make people go into content as a healer. And I don't know, like the thing is that granting those mounts, I don't know would be a huge bump, but I do think I think carrots would be much more helpful there. But I hear you guys. I hear you guys that healing at the highest end is not super good. It doesn't feel super awesome because it feels pretty straightforward. I don't know what the best way to solve that problem is. You returned, Elio. How was your hunt? My word, this is impressive. Or were you so hungry that you felt the need to kill so many? Well, I shall ever endeavor not to disappoint you, all with my cooking. It will be a little while before the meal is ready. If you and Lise will wish to fill the time, perhaps you could assist Dorbe? He has many responsibilities and would welcome your help, nor would you regret making his acquaintance, for he is liked and respected by all. You may find him by the other yurts, taking stock of their supplies. My preference would be to take away healer DPS expectations altogether and make healing more interesting, more random raid damage, more mid tools on healers, etc. Yeah, my worry about random damage, right, is like, you know that conversation we were having a couple nights ago with Static about what happens when you get the rotation of options that are like way more damage, like where you just feel like, okay, I couldn't predict the fight and learn the cadence fight and learn the dance of the fight because there was a possibility that this was going to spike here and I didn't know whether or not I should save this here or there. So then you'd end up playing kind of conservatively, but then like that means that they can't make any of the things that are before that, those mechanics, like I think it would be less predictable and it would be a type of more interesting. I think this is just speaking as someone who really likes the learning and mastering a fight and execution, the dance. Like I do like the dance philosophy a lot. That fundamentally you kind of have to get rid of a certain level of that. But I don't think that means that that's actively makes it bad. It's just you kind of would. One of the newcomers. Welcome. I spoke with Lise. I bade her chiptic children gather fuel for the cook fires. I trust it will be a good experience for all. For you too, perhaps. Seek them in the south across the bridge. I'm not saying it's easy. There's a limit, especially in terms of scale, but makes it more interactive. Yeah. My solution is honestly the opposite, to be honest. I prefer them to leave the encounters alone for the most part and give them more damage tools like Sage. Yeah, but if you can't just give the more damage options and leave the encounter design alone, right? Like, unless you decrease the potency, in which case you're just made people pressing more buttons with like it's, I mean, to be fair, at some level it's all just pressing buttons, so like, you know, still make zest. But like, it also means you can't make the fights more healing intensive to a certain extent, because if you're using your GCDs on that, unless you're making all new healer, you know, skills OGCDs, you know that the amount that they're going to be capable of healing is going to be finite, and then you're also incentivizing people to learn how to DPS. Like, it's great if you're doing Savage, right? Like, if you're getting to the point where you're like mastering the fight, you're learning the fight, you're doing the fight like 20 times, you know, you're learning where, okay, I need to not attack there because I gotta save my GCD for healers. Like, that's fine, but like, that's like not a huge swath of people on how they're approaching the content, you know? Oh, Elio, are you here to help too? I mean, like, obviously that's how people are approaching the Savage content, but I mean, like, you know, people who are doing dungeons and trials and that sort of stuff. Great, so I suppose Dorbe told you that the children and I are gathering fuel for the fires, did he? It'll need to be dried before they can burn it, of course. You do understand what we're here for, right? Only some people can be a bit squeamish about this sort of stuff. Then again, you never minded getting your hands dirty, have you? Anyway, we're trying to get 4 piles each. Good luck, and keep an eye on the children while you're at it, eh? I mean, I just want to point out that Ishikawa did write us a quest where we're picking up shit. Yeah, it's a fair point. It does pigeonhole healers pretty hard. Yeah, I don't want it to be just another DPS. There's a reason I don't main DPS. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that part of the answer isn't give more interesting DPS. It's just, you know, there's a lot of worry that comes with it. Yeah, and Sage does not have more damage tools. We have 1 extra nuke in the burst window, which I don't get me started on burst windows, and that's it. Not really much more. Well, but so you have a primary attack skill, you have your Adder's Gall, you have a nuke, and you have your Adder's Sting attacks, and you have a dot. You know? So you've got, and then you're weaving that on top of doing all, and then it's interesting, to me, this is for how I play Sage, it's interesting to me because you're having to do all that on top of heal. So like the healing is the interest. The same way that like the Paladin actual rotation isn't super interesting, but you're combining the relative limited interest zest of that rotation with the mitigation, you know? Yeah. If I remember correctly, Lise has a very cute moment with the children soon. Yes. We don't see... There's several quests where you pick up shit. Yeah. We don't see many kids in the steppe. It's actually... We do see, though. We do see quite a few. We see more kids in the steppe than we do in most other locales. Like, we just did a side quest where we saw a bunch of kids, and we took a bunch of kids over to the lady, right? But also, AC, good to see, glad to have you. How do you do? The additional attack. The interesting attack is... But it's not useless. It's an attack. It's the thing, but you're like building up the Adder Sting. Like, I love that attack. You're building up, you build up Adder Sting by placing your shield appropriately, and then you get to toss in an extra attack if you do it appropriately. It's like what I enjoy about Sheltron and the Blackest Night. It's only okay for movement, and once you run out of Adder Sting, you don't bother to refresh because it's... See, but that, Jubilant, that's only true at the top end of gameplay. That's not true for the vast majority of gameplay. Like, most people are using Adder Sting, and most of the time Adder Sting is fine. So, like, the problem there is that they need to tune it so that Adder Sting is useful or more interesting for the highest of end, right? Not so much to, like, that it's useless inherently. Well, sorry for rating. No, I mean, it's fair. It's still a fair point to say it's useless at the highest end of the rating. My point is just, like, I don't think it's useless. I think it's just, like, a very specific case under which, like, it's problematically not good enough to reuse because you're not using shield mechanics a certain way to prevent damage and having them break. Which I think you can, like, address that individually, you know? Look at the nerd rating over here. Yeah. A specific reason why we have 4 newlets instead of, say, 6. Gundam? Well, no, because Gundam has the version 6. A good juxtaposition of having something that's relatively equilateral and able to sit on our back in multiple different configurations, while also feeling like there's multiple of them, a la the Gundam style, but also not, so like it's not too many that there's a bunch of models floating around, but they're also not just like 2, and 3 you can't make symmetrical. I mean, you can make like not bilaterally symmetrical, so I would assume that's why. I mean, 4 is not a lucky number in Japan. 4 is an unlucky number in Japan because it's Sheen. Oh, it's she, but like Yon, but like she and yeah, death and all that. Well, have you found your share yet? Look at this nerd radio over here, yeah. Yeah, Adder Sting is useless except for mobility and single target. In single target? For trials? Because like single target, are you single target enemy? Well, we'll get to it. Good work. I hope that you took the time to talk to the children while you were at it. Definitely. Lise, look how much dung we have. I mean, to be fair, we've met 10 children now. These 4 plus the 4 from the side quest plus the 2 over in the Mole tribe. So we've seen quite a few. Wow, I'm impressed. I thought we'd gather a lot, but it looks like we'll have to admit defeat. Dorbe will be happy we found enough. Not just Dorbe, now we can continue making cheese. Not that I was worried, it was easier when we were living near the forest, but dung works just as well as wood. I heard the mole move from place to place, that gods tell you where to go. That must be hard on you all. Hard? I do not understand why it is hard. It is better for the animals to move, to have more food to eat and land to roam. To stay in one place is harder, no? From the heavens come the rain, which nourishes the soil. From the soil comes the grass, which nourishes the beast. From the beast come the flesh, which nourishes the Zela. Ours is the soil of one and all. But you Westerners are like the Domans. You live in the same place in villages, and all villages in one place are part of a nation, yes? Ian talks about nations sometimes. When he was injured, he spoke of Doma in his sleep, but I did not understand his words. Whenever I ask him about Doma, he just smiles and looks to the south. It reminds me of my mother, when she waits for my father to return from a long journey. But Ian will not wait any longer, will he? Because he came for her, because you came for him, to take him back, because his nation is more important. I'm not sure how to answer this. Lise, have some fucking confidence. A nation is a place, I suppose. A place and the people in it, and maybe the things too. Perfect. This is more character moments like this for Lise. This is my point about Lise in the Steppe. Is like Lise gets some fucking moments. But more than that, it's the history, the traditions, the words, the stories we tell ourselves and our children. Everything that came before and everything that comes after. The place where we are born is part of who we are. We carry it with us, no matter where we go. Whatever we become, that part remains. That link to our fathers and their fathers before them. It's not important to everyone, I suppose, and that's fine, but it's important to Hien, and it's important to me. Some call them old fools for listening to the elder gods, but it is our way, our pride, our nation. Something like that. It's something precious that you and the others share, and that no one can ever take from you. But we can talk more about it later. It's time to go home. Dorbe is waiting. I'll stay with the children. Why not go and let Cyrano know how we got on? I'd be fine with changing the fight design, but I'd be worried it'd be too drastic a shift. I mean, here's the thing. I'm one voice in a sea of people, right? I will say I really like the fight design. I think I don't like the 2-minute thing, but you know we've talked about that elsewhere. I don't like burst windows as much, but like the fundamental like choreographed fight design. I mean, like, to be fair, like, a lot of people complain and get frustrated when, like, there's 2 alternate attacks that a boss can do, but one is just, like, objectively easier, or one is just, like, so much faster to deal with, you know? So at the same time, it's like, if they make them too straightforward, people, and like, dances and puzzles, people get upset, but if you make them too random, people also get upset, which means that it doesn't mean that it's impossible to get it right at a place between, but it means when you do that, every time you have a risk of having something that was good instead of great, but if you open the opportunity to more great things, you have opportunity to do a lot more things that might be meh or bad, you know? 4 is the death number in Chinese too, so it's very unlucky. Yeah. Hey, Brian, good to see, glad to have you. Welcome back, Elio. Did you speak with Dorbe? Very well, then you will forgive me if I ask you to wash your hands. I shall pour you a cup of milk tea in the meantime. The meal is almost ready, so we should summon Hien and Gotsetsu. I'm into the idea of 14 making original gameplay styles with their jobs, so I do hope they come up with some interesting jobs. They will, isn't it? Like, I have no question they'll be interesting. I mean, they've been interesting so far. I mean, Reaper and Sage are interesting.
She needed the rest, to come so far and carry so much. Hien and his friend, too. Strange that they should vanish so soon.
Ha! Ha!
I love this moment. Just wish there was more Lycan for her and the rest of Storm. Yeah, Rachel, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing I kept been saying this whole time, and I remember about the Steppe, is the Steppe does characterization incredibly well. The problem is that the first two-fourths of the game doesn't as nearly as strongly. Gemini, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Not troubled by your old wounds, I see.
Nor you by yours. I know I should have fled with the others after Father died, instead of blindly fighting on. It was reckless and foolish, and there was naught to be gained from it. Everything to lose, rather.
We know no path save the one we walk. I myself am in no hurry to meet those who have gone before. Not while I have still to make amends.
Well said.
You are none the worse for your time in the wilderness. On the contrary, I would say you have improved.
Come now, your victories still far exceed mine. Or have you forgotten all the times you trounced me as a boy?
I feared I would not see you again.
A life so fortuitously saved should be spent wisely. Without regret would I have traded it for our people's amnesty, had it been their will. Instead, they have called for the sword, and so that is what I must be. Until this blade is broken, I can but carve a path forward. Were you truly so concerned for my well-being? You never showed it when we used to spar.
God, I love these two characters so much.
How you cried when you lost, and when your mother tried to comfort you, and when you inevitably came at me once more, swinging your wooden sword wildly. Mina's little Master Shun. What a fine young man you've become.
A man should not be addressed by his childhood name. I've told you about that before. The mask slips. And I was so close to cultivating a winning persona.
God, I fucking love Ian so much.
There will be opportunity enough for putting on airs after you have returned in triumph to Doma. Now is the time to show our true character.
Oh, do we fucking, so long as we win what counts. No secrets between comrades, eh? Do we fucking call, no, we're not gonna, that's very rude. It's very, very rude to do that.
Quite right. Which makes me think you should join us next time. I dare say you have a secret or two of your own to share.
I can't, I very rarely do I pick the snarky answer. It's just not me. It's not how I see Elio most of the time. Sorry, Artemis. Next time I'll wait a little longer. But like, it is like, actually like very rude. I mean, Doma's not Japan, it's not China, but like, within the confines, if you did that in the real world, that would actually be incredibly rude. Thanks. Oh my god, you guys have been going ham. God, I love this. This moment is adorable, I love it. Yeah. Thanks to Steppe, I discovered shakshuka, and because it became my new favorite comfort food. Nice, Jan, that's super cool. The only way I could see it working is going more like Guild War II, where you give you more self-sustain to all classes, make the healers into pure support. Yeah, Jubilant, that would, I guess that if you were gonna like really refresh it, that would be a way to do it, yeah. But that's like a huge shift and could easily cause issues, right? Because then you're going to cause balancing issues, you're not just shifting the role, right? You're having to rebalance the entirety of a role, but effectively every job as well. Because, right, you have to now balance the fights assuming that those people are taking care of themselves and their mitigation, and heals. But now those are taking the place of other OGCDs, which means those are going to take the place of DPS, which means, yeah, it'd be very interesting. I've been playing Summoner lately, and its story is crazy more heavy. I hope they do more like that. Well, Gemini, so the thing I would say is that the Summoner story, especially in A Realm Reborn, because of how it deals with the Primal and the history of, like, tempering, is heavy. And I think there's a lot of other heavy stories, too. I wouldn't say... I think there's a lot of other really heavy stories in terms of the other job stories. I think it ranges pretty wildly. Like, Monk can get pretty heavy in some ways. Warrior doesn't get really heavy. Dark Knight can get really heavy. Gunbreaker gets a little heavy at certain points. Dragoon doesn't get super heavy. Sam gets a little heavy. Ninja gets a little heavy. Reaper gets heavy. Bard gets kind of heavy. Machinist doesn't get heavy. Dancer doesn't get heavy. Summoner can be heavy. Black Mage doesn't really get heavy. Red Mage gets heavy. Scholar can kind of gets heavy, yeah. White Mage kind of gets heavy. Ast kind of gets heavy. Blue kind of gets heavy if you think about it. Sage definitely gets heavy, yeah. So I think they definitely, I would say a lot of them do if you play all of them. Like, I like healers, but I also usually do want to do something to keep me occupied playing them most of the time because I don't find it engaging. Yeah, Jade, and I think it's a good conversation, right? And like, there's like, they should hear the feedback of people, whether at the high end, low end, whatever, you know, and try to do what they can where they can. Well, hello, my friends. I am for one of vim and vigor. I trust you feel the same. Then what better time is it now to undertake our trial and become full-fledged warriors of the Bull? Okay, who wants to join me for Bardam's Medal? If you want to join me for Bardam's Medal, why not come actually go meet me over at Bardam's Medal? It should end up being over here, I believe. Just so that I don't have to come over to... Actually, I mean... I can come to the tea tree. It'll be fine. Oh, actually, no. Actually, do meet me at Bardam's Medal because I don't have flying and it'll take forever to get back to Bardam's Medal. Now then, Cyrna, if you would tell us the trial we must undertake, then we might participate in the dawn. Ah, yes, I mentioned before to be recognized as warriors of the steppe, one must follow, in the footsteps of the legendary warrior Bardam. He must embark on a great pilgrimage, eschewing cart and horse, walked for many moms until he came to a holy place, thereafter named Bardam's Meadow. There at the altar as he did, you must pray. The altar lies deep within the breeding grounds of the Yol. To complete your trial, you must tame one. Only then will your trial be complete. Fair enough. And where's the entrance to Bardam's Meadow? You must journey far, far to the west, beyond Chakratzo, where lie the bones of the great and wise women. Beyond the ruins of Sail Ain, hidden within the mountains is a narrow pass. Follow it and you'll come to Bardam's Meadow. Sounds to me like it's just a trial. It'll be like a trial just getting to the trial. More than you may know, on the eve of the Nadam, many strive to improve their fortunes, some by abdicating and enslaving the warriors of other tribes. Be ever mindful of your surroundings, lest you be taken as well. Best dungeon boss in Stormblood coming up. Ha! What a grim expression you wear while nodding so powerfully. Warriors such as you are not like to fall en route to a mere rite of passage. We shall proceed with all due caution, yes, but let us not worry over much. We will overcome the trial and the next, until we stand triumphant. That is all there is to it, no? With me, my friends, to the west, to Bardam's Meadow. It's funny, Jade, because I don't really get into any other roles. Healer, at least to me, is still a variable problem-solving role, while all the other Joes bore me with set rotations. Yeah. Oh, wait! Hien! Oh dear, I knew I would forget. Here, take these whistles. Once named, your Yol will hearken to the call. Thanks, we'll try them out once we were finished with the trial. Let's catch up with Hien and Gosetsu. If you like their story, Gemini, I highly recommend checking out the Dark Knight quest as well. Yeah. Hien has some really great voice lines, some of which are quite hilarious. Yeah, totally agree. It's not perfect, still problems, but even trying DPS the other night in raids was something about Shubi, please. I'm going to head out. Sorry, Deathberry, I always miss you. I always happen to be behind right when you head out, but thanks for watching. I hope you catch, if you don't catch the VOD, thanks for showing up. May not be able to hop back on. Thank you for streaming again. Always. I guess the cleanest solution would just be to have future healers in the DPS rotation instead of one button, keep current jobs similar to the people. Yeah, they can't really do that. Yeah, Destiny, I can actually play the Dark Knight at my first tank and I agree the story rocks. Yeah, it's a great story. I see 3 people rushing over. I know how ranged DPS classes get heavy from the skill. That was a pun. Someone give me the mana lift. So when Barnum gets duty support, will it be Hien, Gosetsu, and Lise? That's what I assume so. I think what you would assume then, I guess you could also have some tribal members, right? So if like you didn't want to make Gosetsu the tank, I assume that like Sirna could join us as the healer. I think that would make a lot of sense. Sirna could be the healer. If you don't have a tank, maybe Gosetsu's the tank, or like another, or what's his face? Dorobe is the tank. Gosetsu maybe has a Geomancer or Serena. Well, no, so he doesn't know any magics like that, and the Shugendo magics he does know are not. He doesn't learn until later. We still have a long way to go, but I think I can see the monuments Serena talked about. I don't see Hien or Gosetsu though. We should hurry. No, Serena would come with you if you can't take baby Aura from later expect. If you can't take baby. Well, remember that like later expansion characters might also. We know she can fight from later expansions as well, but also there's characters that we may not be able to take now that we may be able to take in the future, and even in Shadowbringers. Well, no, Shadowbringers they wouldn't need a rework because of the trust system, I guess. Hey, I don't know about you, but I can't shake this feeling someone's watching us. Sirena did warn us about tribes that kidnap warriors and make them fight for them. Something tells me we're about to meet them. Gosetsu is a samurai only here, yeah. Or just a random step healer, yeah. Sirena is a nice girl, but she's not exactly a warrior type. I mean, go play Endwalker. Like, literally go play Endwalker. Endwalker disagrees with you. So I don't think she'll ever join the trials at Bardam's Metal. We literally see her at war. like, I don't know what else to say other than that. Like, she's literally a healer out on the battlefield. And also, she's on the battlefield in Adama, too. Isn't she canonically? Like, literally, we see it in Stormblood as well. Like, even nice moles, like, it's part of their culture to fight, even if you're not the strongest fighter. She can fight when she needed, but not a warrior type like us. Again, she goes to war in more than one occasion. Isn't she an archer? But sure. Yeah, she's an archer. Oh, right. Yeah. I swear to God, you see her cast something in Endwalker, but maybe I'm just I'm misremembering a different character cast it. I mean, obviously you see characters like Sadu and stuff do that, but yeah, she definitely is present on the battlefield. So I definitely would consider her a warrior capable of doing Bardam's Metal. I guess the thing though is that you need Lise, Hien, and Gosetsu because they get the Yol, you know? Are you there? As you can, there you are. As you can see, they left us little choice. I gather you were forced to dispatch a few yourself. So it goes, a few less warriors to face in the Nadam, yeah? Seal N is not much further. That said, I should be surprised if our would-be masters do not try to subdue us one final time. If Sirena is an archer, doesn't that mean she makes stuff heavy as well? People are rushing over the Bardam's Metal. That's funny. But yeah, I would definitely look to in general. Here's what I think. I would make it so that obviously if there's characters in the story you can take that you should be able to take them. But like they didn't do that for all of ARR, so like, you know, maybe they won't. But also it's worth knowing things like the Vault, right? Where they like swapped out, you know, random members of the Night's Watch. So yeah, it definitely could be some random member of the tribe. Just take the kids around with you. Oh, that was the wrong button. Leg raise and flex. No, I understand. I understood what you mean. I just didn't understand what that Serena and having to inflict heavy has to do with everything. Y'all fucking ready to go. Love you guys. Right, this must be the pass that leads to Bottom's Medal. They say no foreigners have overcome this trial, but will there be a first time for everything? No? Least over here just fucking doing the squats. Gotta appreciate squatting, Reese. Tread softly. We are for hollow ground, and the Kami are restless. This is it! This is the real trial! Okay, I guess I should go ahead and... Oh. Nothing left but to begin, then. To complete the trial, we must each pass through Bottom's Medal and tame Yol. How precisely we are to do this, I'm not sure, but since countless warriors before us have succeeded, I imagine we'll muddle through somehow. But enough talk. We have an Adam to win. I guess, actually, when I think about it, right... when you think about it, I mean, you actually do get kind of split up on different routes anyways, right? Yeah. So it makes potential sense for them to, like, even if you don't have them in your group, for them to still, yeah, we'll look at it. For 4.0, is this considered the best dungeon? What do people think is the best dungeon for 4.0? What you said about some job quests being heavier than others. Oh! Yeah, I guess that's a very different kind of heavy. But yes. Okay, now I follow. Yes, she the hardest of all, the heaviest of all subjects. Archer. I got my characters not dripless. I was excited to meet you at the tea tree. Oh, Artemis, well, I'll come over this feed. Do we have anything coming up? I don't think we have anything coming up for a little bit. I think because the next thing is Castrum. No, it's Doma Castle. Sorry. Tracy! Oh, right, now I don't have to fight the but Artemis, we'll get you in for Doma Castle, okay? It'll probably be tomorrow. I got aggro. Oh, thank God. This one has, I love, I don't think it's the first one. Past blood of my blood, you are of the dusk, and of the steppe. I don't know if it's the first boss, but I think it's not. I think it's the second boss, but I love it. I wish there were more bosses that were a little bit like that, too. I mean, I understand partially also why it's not good to have a bunch of bosses like that, because it's not really a fight, as more as it's a Mario Party minigame section. Aggro. Oh god, okay, he's dead. This is why it's important to know what you can pull. If you do not know how much you can pull because of your job or because of the dungeon, you haven't done the dungeon in a while, make sure to be careful. The thing, so like for that one, right, the typical clue you can use is if you know that you were taking heavy hits from the first 2 towers, you can know that like if you're gonna pull mobs plus the 3 towers together, you're gonna have a really hard time with that. Bro, I haven't even unlocked the other city-states, much less Doma. I wasn't asking for a spot on the party. I just wanted to say hi in game. I haven't lorded that time. WarioWare was fun. I love WarioWare, yeah. Was fun the first few times, but in order for it to be so interesting, I have to do stuff like first-person POV or left-handed POV. Ben? Ben. Make sure that, okay, here's the thing. You should pull wall to wall. If you know that you can handle wall to wall. If you can't, you know, and this isn't aimed at you, this is just like, for anyone who's tanking, just say you're worried about something, right? Because you waste more time if everyone has to die in resets than if you just pull slightly slower, you know? It's okay to say I need to pull slower first. Summit trying to do it with your UI switched off. Let's do this. I don't think I can do this once we get to the boss, but. It's a very different experience. I'll tell you what, it's a lot easier to do on Sam than it would be on Paladin. Doing pretty okay. I'm obviously not doing positionals right now, but actually, I should probably do I do like that they combined this part of the fight with the Rathalos fight. Try to keep him straight on if you can. Thank you. Careful with the curl. They're nasty when they stun you. Sweet. Yeah, death is a DPS loss. It's true, death is a DPS loss. Was that a wall aggroed from the leftover DOT? I guess? So we're like the first ever non-Zayla to ever win the Nadam as Khan? As far as we know, yes. Although, to remember that we aren't. The Mole are. We fight for the Mole, right? We're not the Khan. the mole tribe effectively are, but they are our friends and allies and willing to, you know, give us their. Wait, does the UIF have off for that fight? No, I just turned mine off. You can just press a button. This is probably among my favorite Stormblood dungeons, not my absolute favorite, but my top 3. What are your top 3? Like, I don't know, no one really said what their, like, favorite ones were. Like, what ones do people like the most? Okay, then let's figure out what's going on here, because we should be fine. Like we shouldn't be dying to that. Let me like check out your armor or something. But we gave the Uvu first. Right, but we claimed it for the mole. They hit hard with a nasty bleed? Okay. Because I think we should be fine. Yeah, because you had 70 armor, 65. I mean, like, okay, 65 glove, but that shouldn't matter. We're in a 66. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's just been a... I don't know. I feel like well, whatever. That's fine. Gimlet Dark, the Burn, this one. No. So 4.0 dungeons, Rachel. That was part of the question. But I mean, if we had, the thing is, like, to me, the 4.X dungeons are just like straight up better than the 4.0 ones. So that that's why I honestly didn't include them, because they're like great, because I fucking love them. Why is it called the Gimlet Dark? So the Gimlet Dark is called the Gimlet Dark because of the dark overcast that's called the dark cloud cast that's permanent in and around it because of like aetherological fuckery. As for why it's called the Gimlet Dark, I don't know if Gimlet has any like specific etymological. We're down to you guys got that. I don't really see anything for Gimlet, but yeah, the dark mainly comes from the overcast from aetherological fuckery. Ye who would walk after Bardom. He who was strong as the earth, swiftest horse, bravest thunder. You who would welcome warriors of the steppe. With death will you dance. Bardom, the first trial is upon you. I would love like an EX version of this that's like faster with more stuff going on too. I mean, honestly, I guess that's kind of just EX trials in general. Towers. Pick a quadrant, Dest. Either pick left or right. You picked. Try to pick a quadrant and stay there, guys. Obviously shift quadrants when there's certain attacks. I don't know why I just tried to distract the protective boulder. The third trial's upon you. Be not afraid of falling stars. I have played the trial one of a Endwalker far too much to not be afraid of falling stars. Third trial overcome. Isn't that gimlet spelled differently though? So like no, I'm aware of like the gimlet tool, but the spelling's completely different. I don't recommend pulling why it's called the Gimlet Dark. What's the name of the forest the battle is happening in? It's not really a forest. It's more of like a general area. It's not really. It's more like of a war-torn plains. I mean, it's not even a war-torn. I mean, it's kind of war-torn also because of its history, but like, it's more like a rocky plains than it is a forest. I feel this dungeon way more than I want to admit, and tanked it way more than I want to admit. That's interesting, V. I've only done it. I've done it maybe like 10 or 15 times ever. And only like twice in the past few months. I guess I just like I'm very aggro on. Like even there shouldn't be. Maybe it's also just because Dark Knight has a lot fewer healing mitigation tools, especially at this level. Actually, you don't even have. Do you even have Blackest Night at this point? Because I don't think you get Blackest Night until 70 at this point. So either grab full packs and either to just stay still or pull them to wall, because the thing is that if you don't stay still, then it becomes a problem for like you can't DPS and like lose the ability to hit them. But if you pull to the wall, it's fine. But if you're not gonna pull to the wall, you can just stay where you pull. I realize it's funny coming from me because a lot of times I don't do that. Do it the same as. My top 3, Siren Song Sea, Kugane Castle, and Temple of the Fist. Oh, I forgot about Temple of the Fist. I think I've only done Temple of the Fist like once. You know why the Dothrall are like a disco? I have no idea why the Dothrall are like a disco. So the region is Dark Aether? No. If anything, I mean, like, it might be astral, but like darkness is not just a sheer byproduct of Dark Aether. Like, and also something could be astral in nature without being dark. So I would have to look it up specifically, but it may be, for instance, it may be lightning elemental aspecting, causing the cloud cover to become incredibly thick and thorough because of like specific like meteorological phenomena. I wouldn't say it just because it's Dark Aether. The other thing is like Dark Aether is like also kind of rare and not hugely a thing to a certain extent. Like it is, but like not hyper naturally in that way, I would suspect, but I can't be sure about that. Like you see it obviously under specific circumstances, but Alex stuff. Oh, Alex stuff? No, not Alex stuff. What about Alex stuff? Astral, I don't know what you're referring to. For 4.0 dungeon, Dom, Meg, Mount Gulg, and Emerald are my favorite. Emerald's 5.0. Don, Meg, and Mount Gulg are 5. Elias, that's all 5.0. Love the whole part of the story because I'm an Aura, so I had a cool head. Can't do it. Yeah, cool. Let's do it, guys. Get him, Vind. Yeehaw. Wind unbound. Are those AoE? This one's for you, Dest. My uptime! I don't know why, but I definitely read that as condescending eagle. Hold it. Gotcha, bitch. Well done, everyone. Good job. Force originally, but yeah, I think the word is spelled differently, but it's supposed to evoke like penetrating dark. I wouldn't assume that though, because a lot of times if there's distinctly using a different spelling for stuff, it's very intentional, and sometimes it's referring. I'm assuming Gimlet is opposite to Whirlet. Gimlet is yes. So basically, it goes Girabanya, Gimlet, Whirlet. But the thing about Gimlet is its name may come from a person's name or from like the Whirlet Society or something. So I really wouldn't assume off the hand that it is supposed to be evoking Gimlet as in the tool. Because typically they do just use those terms a lot of times. Especially this would have been Koji doing the localization. For whatever reason, I keep getting in non-stop for Gunbreaker leveling and Scholar leveling so much. That's weird. I don't think I've ever gotten it Rula ever. For some reason, I thought it was Forest originally. Yeah. I got mixed up. The only dungeon I particularly like in Stormblood was Kugane Castle. You don't like Bardom Metal? I like Bardom's pretty good. Don't recall seeing trees of Gimlet if it was a war zone. Dothral are like discos, but because they'll never die. I got some bad news for the Dothral that get killed throughout the story. I should have known you'd be the first to make it through. Yeah, I bet you should. They just rewrite this and have them like with you the whole time or something. Or maybe they'll even like rework the Yol fight and it's like 4 Yols. I'm assuming you had no trouble. Good. I managed somehow, as you may have guessed. Apparently she's picking up on the Namazu. Looks like he and Gosetsu are still in there, though nothing for it but to wipe them. Or, I mean, like, you could just split, yeah. Especially because it's not voice, it's not hard for them to rewrite it. For some reason, the word reminds me of a forest. Yeah. Top 3 dungeons, Dead Ends, Matoya's Relic, Mongol. Yeah. Good, all very good dungeons. Also, I'm surprised Matoya's Relic, but good, yeah. I thought you said Aetherology, that was the Alex stuff. No. That's Aetherochemistry. You're thinking of Aetherochemistry, Astriel. Aetherology is just the study of aether and like the natural world. Aetherochemistry is the act of like using like aether and like chemicals and like substances and stuff to create things like Chimera. I definitely say top 2 is Kugane Castle, Temple of the Fist. Not sure about the third. Kugane Castle. Everyone. Oh man, I don't remember loving it Kugane that much. I'm legally oddly excited to be able to dive into AR areas like around the Nimian stuff. No, Astro, I don't know if you were there for when we were watching 6.3. We were streaming that. Here, let's take a picture, guys. Let's do it in terms of height. Actually, no, that's fine. We'll do it that way. Thanks so much for joining in. I appreciate it. No, ooh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah! Show all. No, I wanted to. Okay, let's get a nice little photo. And then we want to hide minions. Actually, we want to get a little zoomed out. No, that's not the right one. There we go. That's it. Sweet. Tossing that over in the Discord. Screenshots. Okay. No, but Astral, I'm very, that's probably one of the things I'm most excited about. The only reason I wasn't more excited about the Heaven of Earth and stuff is because we didn't see a lot of it, and also because I knew it was coming. But like the Nimian stuff, being able to dive and retroactively making the world feel larger and better for a Realm Reborn is just... my issue trying to know what Stormblood dungeons were 4.0 versus 4.6 because I came back from a long hiatus just before 4.5, so I played during the patch content. Yeah. My favorite dungeon overall is probably Zot, just because the final boss is so fun. I really wish there was more bosses like that in 4.0. I just dislike Castrum, Albina. Everything else is fun, to be honest. It's interesting that you just like that one, because like that actually has like more fun things to do as tanking especially. Like, that one's a really fun one to tank because you can actually like pull and try to like optimize like decreasing the amount of mobs to deal with and stuff. But yeah, I can understand why that. But yeah, Zot's good. Zot's a good one. I've done all the pre-80 dungeons so much, and Dome and Castle's still my favorite. Interesting. If anything, Catch from Fullness Trial struck with me. That's a trial, but so that's different. And Fullness is 4.3, yes. So like Elias, I think you might be struggling a little bit with you may want to check up which dungeons and which trials are which ones. But that is 4.3. But Toys Wrangler is my favorite dungeon overall. I didn't love it. Like I liked it, but I didn't love it. I'm surprised it's very loved. Do it by height. Well, okay, I guess I'm in front. Yeah. I swear all my characters look perpetually worried. Matoya's Relic, because Matoya, unique dialogue, layout, design path, fun bosses, C1. It was something unique, so I liked it. Yeah. Hey, clearly you're not alone. Matoya's Relic is amazing. I love it so much. It is 4.3. It kind of flowed together for me, though, because it was finishing up Stormblood. Well, okay, but if I'm asking 4.0 or, like, 5.0, I am really trying to be specifically saying, like, that block. So, like if I say 0.0 versus 0.x, it just... part of the reason I'm making that delineation is because if you mention certain trial names and certain trials and characters in like 5.0 and 6.0 in the future, it's like could be a bit of a problem. Oh right, I've still got a whistles Sirena gave me. Here's yours. I suppose we ought to give them a try, like she said. To be honest, the reason Doma Castle is so fun is because it's where the jobs start to get fun for me. That's fair. Up there, look. My problem is that like a lot of tank stuff often like just takes forever to get for you to get. Like Paladin really isn't online until 80, and it's not really online. Like it's not full feeling online until 90. Like it feels fine at 80, but it's like it doesn't right now. It feels kind of pretty whack earlier on. And like Dark Knight just feels bad until you get the Blackest Night, in my opinion. I think that means we've won them over. That one is yours on the right. The other one is mine. Aww. So fluffy. So very cute and fluffy! So that's that then. We're officially Warriors of the Steppe. You don't think that they... No, of course not. Hien and Gosetsu will come out any minute now. I suppose we could go chat a little while we wait. Oh, so the other day I said to Alice, I said... Wow, even the fucking quests aren't respecting lease. Like, even the quest text. Yeah, also I don't have Blackest Night till level 70. Yeah, Aaron, yep. You don't get it till 70, and it's just like, no bueno. You don't have you don't have any of your gap closers for Paladin until 70, which is just insane.
Mission accomplished. Everything still in one piece?
More or less,
Thank you, AC.
That mountainous monstrosity came as quite a surprise. Who knew that the steppe held such secrets?
I see the two of you emerged similarly unscathed. Well then, by my reckoning, there is naught left to prevent us from taking part in the Nardam.
Yep. It's not consistent across tanks. It's like, it's sucks. Like, that's one thing that they should just, it'd be better if it was unified. And the thing is, Dark also kind of struggles because it doesn't have as much self-healing. It used to be better in Shadowbringers because you didn't have to choose between Carve and Spit and, Abyssal Drain. But now you do, which sucks. It just doesn't feel good, in my opinion.
You! Yea, you who have walked Bardam's metal.
Hey,
Newborn
Thinker.
warriors of the steppe. Our Khan demands an audience. You will come.
I remember those clothes. He's Oronir, isn't he? What should we do?
Ordinarily, I would politely decline, but this may be an opportunity to assess their strength. And we do have some time before the Nardam begins.
Jade, yeah, 100%.
If it all goes to plan, they will be fighting for us soon enough. What say you? Shall we go and greet our comrades-to-be?
That fucking face. Why not?
Whatever happens, we shouldn't keep Cyrano and the others waiting. Let's be ready to make a swift exit, all right?
We accept Johan's generous invitation. Lead the way.
Yeah, Dark, Endwalker Dark, it's not bad, but, like, I will tell you that it just doesn't, it feels clunky to me, and, like, if it doesn't to you, good, I'm glad. But, like, the linking of Abyssal Drain and Carbon Spit sucks. It, like, really, like, that one change is such a small thing, but it really fucking, was not fun. Because the cooldown is far too long for you to make it an interesting interaction, because you can't, like, choose to save it, because you want to basically be using it off global cooldown. And it's just like you're choosing between mana, which you end up either using for mitigation or attack, or like healing. But the thing is, you're either healing so much that
Two
you don't.
banners. So it's not just Oronir we're dealing with.
Yeah. Well, if you let Carven heal at that point, then fuck it, just get rid of Abyssal Drain because there's no interesting interaction. I mean, there already isn't really an interesting interaction or choice to be made with it. Just combine them or something. Like, fuck it, I don't know. I mean, there's probably all sorts of reasons why that's a bad idea, but...
Most radiant
And here's
Brother
the boy!
Magna, we have brought the ones you seek.
Hey guys, I see a little sun. Stop staring into it.
You conquered Bardam's metal.
As warriors of the Mole, aye. You were the Khan here, yes? Why have you summoned us? Mayhap to propose a joint endeavor?
Lane, good to see you, glad to have you.
Nay, Doman, we shall not speak as equals. Born of the sun are Oronir, and born of the earth are you. When I learned of trespassers, I bade my warriors take their measure, to flay them if they failed. But if by the grace of Azim they should survive their trials and emerge anointed, then bring them hither to pay tribute. Tribute, should it prove satisfactory, shall earn you the favor of the sun. His beloved shall bask in his radiance, and their supplications be duly considered.
So you want us to bow down and serve you? What if we don't feel like it?
I'm astral
The
projecting, Aaron.
defiant will suffer in shadow. It would be an affront to the resplendent Azim himself to refuse this generous offer when by rights you should be condemned. But in lieu of tribute,
I'm not sure I follow at all Astro how
swear
that's the Final Fantasy
fealty to
route.
the sun. Pledge to him your body and soul. Promise to serve him unto death, and you may know his glory. A generous offer granted to but few. Though perchance this is too merciful.
I'll tell you what. I've been playing God of War Ragnarok, and I will tell you, you think Magna is insufferable? Fucking go talk to Heimdall in God of War Ragnarok. That motherfucker.
Want you. The men only. Like the Borlak and women. Though you know them not either, I'm sure. No matter. All you need know is that you will serve, one way or another.
That much does indeed seem plain. However, as we are but newborn warriors who know little of your customs, we struggle to conceive of ways in which we might be of service to the most gracious and illustrious sun.
Fucking love Hien. He doesn't go aggro, he instead plays it smart. He doesn't even manipulate them, he just plays off of this.
You make mock of
ignorant.
us, Doman. Do not do so again. You will be given a task. It will be difficult. You will carry it out. When you have accepted this, you may ask me what it is.
But literally, Ranni connects herself to the outer gods of the moon. Like, Ranni doesn't... She escapes her fate and causes everybody else... She effectively becomes the dictator, in a sense, of fate itself for everybody else. Comes to a location that love to use crystals for magic. Raya Lucaria? I mean, I guess, but she uses frost magic. She rejects her mother, Renala's training and background. People say Nero's loser man, but no one ever talks about how hard Little Sun gets shut down. Yep, at Laughstar. I'm so sorry everyone talks about Moonless. His career never recovers from Little Sun. It really doesn't. Good, my least favorite part of this arc, not because it's bad, but because Magni annoys me that much. Yeah, Magni sucks, but like also a lot of great moments happen around this, and having him set up as like a minor antagonist for these scenes, I think is actually kind of important. Magic TP at some point. It's perfectly written, it just happens the perfect goal here and make the most insufferable bastard, yeah. And that's the thing, Artemis, right? There's like, you can say like, fuck this, I don't even like playing this section, but also, it's incredibly well executed for what they're trying to do. You know, like that's the thing is like, man, if you want to say like, if someone wants to say like, fuck this section, I don't enjoy it, but it's really good, I'll follow you. I will defend you to the ends of the earth. But if you say like, oh, it's bad because I don't like it, you know, like, because there are sections that are like actually weak like that throughout, like in places like AR and stuff, or even Stormblood to an extent, and parts of Heavensward. So, you know, not that it's never true, but I don't know. I have weird hangups. I know. Probably should have left talking to everyone else. So, you are the first step towards bold or reckless. I see why Daidakul favors you. The Nadam approaches, and the Aurornir will reign supreme once more. Such is the will of Father Azim. Yet only fools think to triumph by the grace of the gods alone, and we are not fools. Your task will be to aid us in our preparation. Batu will tell you the rest. This is Thancred. I think we'll probably end at the Nama scene today. My favorite scene in Stormblood. Warriors of the Steppe, by the grace of our most radiant brothers, you will not die this day, but instead be granted an opportunity to contribute to our cause. Rejoice, for this is the great honor indeed. Serve well and you will be rewarded. The question, you keep calling Magni your most radiant brother. You're not related or something, are you? Lys, wrong time. All Aroni are descendants of Father Azim, but if you mean to ask if our mothers are one and the same, then no. The most radiant is the elder brother to we younger, the strongest and most deserving of respect. No more interruptions. Your duty is as follows. You, the Red Woman, you will milk our beasts. To grow strong, one must be well fed, and we have great need of kumis and cheese. They need the kumis. They need... Okay. Tam, this is for you. They need Lys to get that kumis for them. To milk the kumis. I'm gonna stop now. Is that it? I mean, I'm not happy about all this, but I suppose I can go along for now. You, the one who lumbers at the mountain. An old warrior, I see. We have arms and armor in need of repair. Go and speak with our menders. I have no talent for delicate work, but if this is your wish, then so be it. You, the insolent fool. As for you... This one carries the fire. The Burgu will take his measure. Seek my comrade outside tending to the stores. He will give you your task. You will know him by his cloth. Unlike they of the yellow, we are of the green. I, for one, would welcome the opportunity to learn more about the Burgu and their ways. It would be an honor. We shall speak of your task outside, with me. So did you guys see the Magni fantasy game? I should pull that up, shouldn't I? You'll be given a task, it'll be difficult. My dude, I eat gods for breakfast. What could you possibly? Yeah, that's right. No, I'm trying with this, Doug. Look, here's the thing. If you present a theory saying something like how Elden Ring's Ronnie quest is just the Final Fantasy quest, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna look at that as a hypothesis or theory, and I'm gonna, articulate and analyze it. So like, I'm sorry, I take things overly face value. Yeah, oops, there goes gravity. Glad Magni doesn't hit you on you even if you're a lady. Yeah, exactly. This section does exactly what it needs to do, but God, do I hate Magni. Yeah, Magni, bow before your sons. Bow down before the power of Santa. Could even kind of defend slow and annoying grindy it is, even if I don't like it, since the time wasty bullshit here is more intentional than AR spinning its wheels. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't gone back through AR. I don't think AR ever spins its wheels. I think the only place in time... Actually, there's one place, and that was with the Titus stuff. The stupid guy. It's Jan. I think there's a couple places. I think AR, for the most part, everything AR does is incredibly important, or not incredibly important, very powerful setup for what's to come, not just in ARR, but in Heavensward and Stormblood. So I don't know that I would say AR even spins its wheel. I just think there's more of the grindy stuff, and it's more grating in contrast. Your name, Foreigner. Elio Forcheron, at your service. Elio, then you are to drive into Zimka below the Dawn Throne and gather sword grass from the lake bed. It is an invaluable ingredient in many medicines. 8 bundles will you bring. You will need to dive deep to obtain that which you seek, but that shall pose no trouble for a warrior, no? Some say that the dominion of the Dawnfather and Duskmother does not extend beneath the water, but ours does, indeed. The Ornir fought fear not above Norbelo. Speak with the guard to descend. We shall speak again when you have finished. Let me attune. The number of streamers who misread that line. Which line? The Kumis line or the line about milking beasts? I'm assuming people talking about milking breasts. Yeah, everybody laughed. Artemis is an MMO. We need stuff to do to waste time. Well, so I don't think that's... I would say in Artemis, in the defense, I don't think that's a good rationalization, because I don't think you need to waste time in MMOs. I think you can, and I think 14 as a whole, spiritually, like, it's okay to take breaks intentionally by design. So while there are some things to do to grind stuff, wasting time is just bad, and so I think there's a reason that they cut out a lot of A Realm Reborn, the quests that were spinning, because there were quests that were spinning wheels originally, and they in 5.3 for the most part I think took them out, and so now it's slower than you might like. It's got less voice acting than you might like. It's not as amazingly executed as some of the later stuff as one might like. But I don't know that I would think I would defend it against saying that it ever spins its wheels at this point. Says he has no talent for delicate work. Legit does delicate work. Does delicate work really well. I mean, but that's also Gosetsu, isn't it? Right? Did I jump off and... Did I have to talk to someone? I guess I missed. Gosetsu does have a massive fingers, though. Yeah, it's true. But I mean, that motherfucker over in the firmament, who's a dragon with like 3 fingers, learns how to do blacksmithing. So at this point, you know, anything's possible for someone if you're willing to put in the effort, apparently. May not have a lot of dexterity, but it has a lot of extra components and strength. Yes, yes, I know who you are. You wish to go below. Oh, what? I can't just... That's stupid. Okay, actually, here's a good justification for why they make you do that. If you jumped off beforehand and didn't realize you could come back up via a guy, you may not think to like talk to someone and get very much like, okay, how the fuck do I get it back up now? And like then like go try to get flying or something just to like realize later on. I guess that would be a fair reason. Who is over there looking like they want to be painted like a French girl? I assume that was Jan. I laugh in the face of danger. Ha 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 ha. I was thinking more of the Simba laugh. You will milk our breasts. Breasts. Is both a joke and hypothesis. I think that's the right term. Yeah, I would say, I mean, the difference between a hypothesis and theory is that a hypothesis is rooted in like a guess that's semi-educated, but not necessarily rooted in a lot of evidence. Whereas a theory is once you've taken a lot of specific evidence to like fundamentally really root that hypothesis in something that is just like justifiable more than just speculation, even if it's an educated speculation. I mean, there's obviously much more to a theory than that in terms of defining it, but like broadly. I mean, it's also, you know, it's not even really a hypothesis, right? Because like, it's not like Miyazaki wrote that thinking about Final Fantasy. It's not like Final Fantasy was thinking about Elden Ring at any point making it. So it's really more of a connection or similarity that you could draw between the parallel you could draw between the two. But yeah, I mean, because you could argue that any route in Elden Ring is about killing God because you did the slaying of the Elden Beast. So I mean, like I think you could just as easily, and other than the like Age of Fracture, you know, you could argue that the true version of the Final Fantasy route is the Frenzy Flame, because you're truly washing away what was, you know. Yeah, the side stuff isn't really wasting time. It's more like a break from the heavy stuff. And so here's the thing. I would say in ARR, there's a lot of times where it's not even a break from the heavy stuff. In ARR, it's there's just a lot of times where it's doing world building and setup. So like you do all the stuff with Ralger's Reach people, with the little, not Ralger's Reach, with Little Alamigo, and that's like important and tells you a lot about the world and is like important for character stuff, but those story beats end up being really important for what you do in 3.0 and 3.x and 4.0, right? So like you could say like, oh, why am I doing this thing over in Ralger's Reach when it doesn't really go anywhere? But like ultimately it does, and it does give you a better sense for the world, the complexities of what's going on in Ul'dah, and also even in 2.x and how people are being taken advantage of by people like the Crystal Braves. Eltao is best delivery girl, yeah. I did the same without a tuning. My friend needed to give me a lift. Yeah. Well, you can get back up by talking to the guy at the front of the bridge. Oh, but I mean, like, but if you don't know that, yeah, your friend can just give you a ride up. But that's only, like, imagine if you're in, like, base Stormblood, you know? Or not base Stormblood. If you're in early days of Stormblood and you don't have flying, no one has flying yet, you know? Day 1, Azim Steppe. No flying. Oh, this last one's gonna be a pain in my ass, isn't it? Aren't some of the Aura having... Dez, good to see you, glad to have you. Are some of the Aura having a population decline since they are short on women? Are you making a joke about them their women being short? Is that what we're doing? Or is that a legitimate lore question? Because I'm unsure. A theory is as proved as you can possibly get. Yeah. Yeah, so just some circumspect evidence or even just some evidence is not what constructs a theory. Yeah, you think help me with correct definition, please? Yeah, totally. And it's not, I didn't mean to correct you, more just like, you know, if it's helpful, here's the, like, the fundamental thing that you would delineate between hypothesis and theory. See what you did there, yeah. Is there any task that the Warrior of Light can't do? I mean, we can't fly without the help of a mount? I guess. Like, I guess it depends on what. That's like such a broad question. It's like you could devise something that is just physically impossible. Period. Ergo, they couldn't do it. But you could say like, we cannot take the entirety of the universe in our hand and break it with a single clench of our fist, right? So I guess it like depends on what you mean by like tasks. Like what is the parameters for the question? Game theory is Final Fantasy XIV just Among Us but with extra story. I don't even fucking see how, like, where that even begins to be, where I cannot follow even the beginning of that idea. Gemini. Like, who's the imposter? I mean, I guess I can't talk about it, but like Endwalker, there's a scene that's Among Us? I guess? Yeah, but only the top of your head, Dest. I am the picture and I don't like it. To which part, Dest? Yeah, it was a jab at their height. It was also good to be here. Work has been hard lately, so missing stuff. Yeah, no worries. We're always glad to have you. We're like, can't see why Lalafell loved the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. No, I'm always glad to have you here. It's always good to see you. Is there any task given to the Warrior of Light we can't do? I don't think there's ever any task we fail to complete, truly. So, of the tasks that we're presented with, hey, it's Mr. Meeseeks. I mean, I know that's literally not what they called it, but Jan's on the tribal quest mode. He returns with swordgrass in hand. That you would immerse yourself in the depths is a testament to your bravery. Well done. Lest you wonder, we will use it to prepare potions to induce paralysis and the Nadam. We must use every means at our disposal to delay our foes. He who inscribes his deeds upon the sacred ground shall be declared the victor. However, none may know this place until the Grawl have scattered the soil. It matters not. We shall be swift as stallions and fierce as Baras. The steppe will be ours once more. Your tribute is accepted. We will return to the most radiant, and you may beg a boon. Well, at least 14 is Among Us because it has sus on it. Well, Dez, you were ready. That's our answer. You guys being sus. Xenos over here with that Primusi? Lakshmi? Garuda? Shiva? Shiva's probably the least morally questionable choice there. Am I to understand you have completed your task? I know not what yours was, but mine was surprisingly simple. They bade me carry various goods and sundries from storehouse to storehouse. Alas, it was difficult to learn much with all the Burga swarming around me. Summit. You dove deep into the water to harvest swordgrass. I see. That is all well. Most radiant brother Magni, we have given to you tribute as demanded. Were we to beg a leave to depart with our comrades, would you consent? We never intended to press you into our service, and tribute offered in good faith cannot be denied. To grant you not to return would be an affront to Father Azim. However, the boon must be proportional to supplications. What you ask for exceeds what you have earned. Then if we must remain here, would you at least permit us to learn more of your people and your ways? Ever shrewd. Timlun Khatun taught me but a fraction, you see. Oh, this is a great shot. How this world born of gods was to be their battlefield, their creations to fight in their stead. What I wouldn't give to have a tool to get shots that are orbiting, and like orbiting shots. How Azim, father of the dawn, he who birthed the sun, and Nama, mother of the dusk, she who birthed the moon, made the Aura. Yet these, one interesting thing here, so you see, this is the Azim. This is supposed to be Azim, and that's supposed to be Nama. So like that's one of the reasons that they're taking this shot particularly. Yet though these children warred for a time, eventually they laid down their arms and came to love one another. And so the gods bequeathed to this world to their children and ascended into the heavens, whence they came. Those born of the Dawn Father were called the Rain, and those born of the Dusk Mother were called Zayla. So it was, and ever after. But I say to you, Brother Magni, how came this to be? How can Oronir be a children of Azim if they are Zayla, born of Nama? You amuse me, Doman. Have you how you wield your ignorance as a weapon? Very well. I bid you speak with our elders and learn the truth of this world. Just over time, it collapsed and fell, and like just nothing specific happened as far as we're told. As far as like the site log and stuff, there's nothing like no cataclysmic act happened. But it could have been that a calamity ended up affecting it. I know what you're thinking, and yes, I could probably have convinced him to let us go had I handled that differently, but then we would have learned naught for our troubles. And if there's one thing I know, it's that men of faith yearn to share it with others, and in learning more of their beliefs, we may learn more of other things which may prove useful in the Nama. When I was carrying out my tasks, I met an elder, a storyteller named Urutai. Maybe he can be our teacher. I mean, Shadowbringers has an imposter. Okay, fair. I'll take that. Primacy, really? I'm not gonna hear that from you, Tam. You of all people aren't gonna fucking tell me that there's a problem with the word primacy. That is the sort of thing that usually you would have come up with, and I will hear no umbrage. Slope! Them fingers. Okay, what quest are we on? We are on For the Love of Moon. Final piece. Okay, yeah, we should be able to make this in time if we continue. I can spare no time for you. Other troubles demand my attention. What troubles? What ill fortunes have befallen me? Not me, but my lambs. Some few wandered far and have yet to return. Mayhap they will return to their mothers in time. Mayhap they will not. Mayhap you can help. If we must, then we must. Let us be about it, Elio. Yeah, like, this is the thing, right? Like, at that point, do we really have to do this? Because this isn't... I mean, maybe there's going to be an element of something he references that actually becomes relevant for this. But broadly, like, this is just an extra step. I guess you could argue that part of the benefit of this is it makes you explore the area here when you haven't really had reason to before, but... An extra step. Well played. Well played. What happened to Sokka, my girlfriend, turned into the moon. Aura, the moon turned into my girlfriend. Fantastic. I would not. I merely take your comments almost out of context to make them sound dirty. Magni is such a hopeless romantic. Yeah, definitely hopeless romantic. I mean, you know what? I guess, especially if you're thinking about classical romantics, maybe that's not entirely untrue, AC. Keyword there, hopeless. Yeah. This is a good listen while cooking some steamed egg. Nice! I'm glad that you guys find the droning of my dulcet tones useful for all sorts of background information and entertainment. We're here tonight over the Eorzean archives with Elio Eorzean. Just start doing like DJ voice for entire stream. Me. We were talking about Stitch earlier? Wow! Blue Pants Brothers! Blue Pants Black! Ohana means family. A family means no one gets left behind or forgotten. That was a little bit too gobby there. Is that a... No, okay. I was going to say, is that a Reen cosplaying Lalafell? Hey, there's lost that. Stitch is portrayed by Gollum. More like Stitch is portrayed by Gabi. My Gabi is like far too soft to do. Like, it's not quite. It's really not Gollum. It's very too friendly and like soft and like not even really flummy, but flummy ain't quite right. But like I don't know. I'm gonna. Lila and Gabi. that is Lala and Gabi. Is that the Final Fantasy XIV version of Lilo and Stitch? I want that as a shirt. Fuck. Get a Lala in like a Hawaiian shirt, make her look like Lilo. Elio and Gobstitch. Ohana means shiny, and no shiny gets left behind or forgotten. I love it. I fucking love it. Okay, I finally quit procrastinating and did my homework. Nice, congratulations. Can we get some claps in the chat for like actually taking care of business? For Rachel actually carrying business, because it is hard to take care of your shit. Especially if you have any form of executive dysfunction. South Seas shirt. Yeah, Southern Seas. Yeah, the South Sea Island shirt. Yep. Lala and Stitch. Yeah. Where the fuck is this little motherfucking shit? It's not like inside here, right? That'd be stupid. Executive function? Never heard of her. I literally haven't gotten anything done, just been AFKing Barnum's medal, so kudos for doing things. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a distract. Fuck you, sheep! Fucking went back here earlier. I didn't forget about that one, and that's why I came back here the first time. But then I was tricked into thinking I had already gotten, like, the only one that I thought I had missed. I remember the first time I played Stormblood, I forgot that one too. I already couldn't find that one for a much longer period of time. I feel like another thing that's like in really Heavensward and Stormblood's disservice is the level to which Shadowbringers gets hyped, because then it means that like everyone's impatient by the time they're in Stormblood because they just want to get to Shadowbringers, and I think that's really a disservice to it. Black Flame, good to see you, glad to have you. Greetings. I trust all of our little explorers are safely accounted for. That they are. My thanks to you, Dolmen. Now you had questions for me. I would know more of the Eorzean, of their creation and our father Azim. As you wish. Come, let us sit. I need to harvest sheep. Before we begin, tell me, what do you know of the Aura and how they came to be? The days before men, Azim and Nama waged a bitter war. The Rain were born of the Dawnfather and the Zayla, the Dusk Mother. Well, no, I mean, they were born of the Union. Ah, yes, a common tale, and one believed by many tribes. But what it does not mention is this. Azim and Nama were lovers. Notice, kind of... Going back to the Dawn and Dusk theory... If they were lovers and also quarreled, it would match really with Tiamat and Bahamut from what we know of them. Oh, they fought in the beginning, as did their creations. That much is true. But when they saw how the Zayla and the Rain rose above their hatreds and joined hands in harmony, their hearts stirred, and the love their children shared became theirs as well. However, like this is that part where like you shouldn't take it too literally, because clearly Bahamut, and if this is true, Bahamut and Tiamat would not have created the Aura for a number of reasons. We can be certain of that. Alas, he was of the sun and she of the moon. Apparently they must remain, apart they must remain, lest day and night cease to be, and with them all creation. With sadness in their hearts, they return to the heavens, he to the day and she to the night, destined to walk before and after, never to meet. As time passed, Azim, yearning for his beloved, grew deeper still. Was there truly naught that could be done, he wondered. At last he knew. If the father cannot be with the mother, then he shall go amongst her children, now and ever after. So it was that Azim took a fragment of his being, and with it fashioned an avatar. Clad in scale of midnight, he descended and sought out the Zayla. I'm just gonna say, Varshan, anyone? Not in terms of literally Varshan, but in terms of simulacra. Yeah, yea, he was the first Eorzean. We are of his flesh and his blood. We are the children of Azim, and it is our duty to watch over and keep the Zayla safe. I confess, I did not expect the tale of your people's beginnings to be quite so romantic. Yet I must ask, if it is your duty to defend the Zayla, how can you go to war with them in the Nadam? Is that not a contradiction? If a father disciplines his son, does that mean there is no love in his heart? Zayla are not wont to kneel. They must be made to. Only then will they heed the reason. I see. Such is the way of the steppe. Thank you, Elder, for sharing with us your wisdom. Eager to depart? Ere you go, you would do well to hear the end of my tale. With Nama looked down and saw the avatar of Azim, she knew him at once, and she shed tears of love and longing. When they struck the earth, they rose anew as a counterpart to the Eorzean, their fates intertwined. So you see, for every son of Azim is a daughter of Nama, for whom he must search, even now. Flashlight dead. Is it just me, or is his face kind of frightening? Well, it's because it's supposed to be an older Al-Ra face. I don't think it's that frightening. Okay, maybe it's a little frightening. No. I don't think it's that frightening. Straight into the fucking camera. I don't think Stormblood is bad. I just like Shadowbringer because Crystal. Shadowbringers because Crystal? I'm assuming Crystal. I mean, like, again, like, it's a whole nother talk to talk about whether Shadowbringers is better. Like, I'm not. That's not. It's more that I'm talking about like the specific ways in which I think Stormblood and Heavensward and those things before Shadowbringers can be disturbed by the quality of what comes later. Because I think it can undercut sometimes. Mayhap I am being overly optimistic, but I sense that these Eorzean may prove loyal allies to Doma under the right circumstance. Their arrogance is rooted in the belief that they must act as caretakers of all Zayla. Therefore, if we can prove to them that we can come as kindred spirits seeking to defeat a common foe. But mayhap this is a discussion for after we win them down. Come, let us return to Magni. No, I like crystals. I mean, but crystals are still a part of Storm, of like all the expansions. I don't think it's frightening. Smash zoom into filling the screen. I didn't need a high definition 4K view of that. You're welcome. The scale pattern. Yeah, no, I mean, I understand having crystal bias. I just like, I guess I don't think of if you like crystals, I would think maybe a Realm Reborn or would probably, with the amount that they're relevant in that, or maybe Heavensward. But like Shadowbringers, I guess like there's Crystarium, but like other than that, there's not a huge, like the Warrior of Darkness is crystals. It's not a huge thing in Shadowbringers. Or an Exarch. Yeah, but that's not like that's yes. I'm assuming that was actually probably what a warrior is referring to, Tam. You're probably right. Scale patterns sometimes just have a weird light patterns. I don't know. I didn't think that guy's face was particularly weirder than any other, but maybe you guys are just saying all those faces are. You shine with the light of the newfound wisdom. Could it be that you have last accepted the supremacy of the sun? No matter. You have each completed your task and proven yourselves deserving of mercy. However, if it is freedom you desire, there is one more thing you must do. Guys, we're going to meet the girl. We're going to meet the lady. A pity you will not pledge yourself to the sun. You might have proved useful in the coming Nadam. Nevertheless, I will permit you to return to fight for the mole. Their cause is futile without your assistance. With or without your assistance, however, you must first complete the final task as my decree. You can reconnoiter with the encampment of the Dethral. For the task, 2 will go and 2 will remain. Should the 2 who embark upon the expedition choose to flee or be captured or killed by the Dethral, and the others will be taken as slaves and serve the sun unto death. We better not fail then, eh? The question is, who should we send? This is not for you to decide. All of you have conquered Bottom's Medal and proven yourself warriors of the steppe. You should all be equally capable of carrying out the task, and therefore you should have no objections. Your first choice of hostages shall be mine, though it is hardly a choice given to the circumstances. The Red Woman will remain. Doubtless you are not of the moon I seek, but stranger tales have been told, and the men are of no use to me. That time, but 14, potentially, very vague, very possibly, may have implied sexual servitude. Actually, that's a lie. That's happened like 12 times in this game. It's actually, like, the amount of, like, stuff around that in this game is actually wild. You may have your pick of men. Yes, yes. I too would choose Hien, I get it. It's so funny for me because people say love and hate are closely related all the time. Love and hate to me are so different. Like, yes, they're both passionate emotions, but I don't come to hate the things that I once loved. And at least I never have in my life. I'm sorrowful at its being gone or missing, but... What the fuck are you looking at? The Firewalker. Yes, this Doman is my choice. Haha, I don't know whether to be flattered or insulted. Mayhap both. Go Setsu's face! I had hoped to see those undying ones for myself, but it seems it was not meant to be. I know you will be fine, but permit me to wish you luck all the same. We will return soon, my lord, but if the Kami are unkind and we will fail in our mission, then do what you must to survive. For Doma! Dothral Ka lies far to the south, where the grass turns to sand. Return with valuable knowledge, and all will be free to rejoin the mole. Now, go. Can I take one of the... Have no fear, my lord. We shall see them freed soon enough. Let us quit this place and speak of our plans outside. I cannot take one of the faces seriously, the one that makes them look like they're have a mustache. All of them. Wife, her. Oh, seeing South remind me of how much I wish Mog Station allowed for sign outfits to be separated and dyeable. Yeah. Tis plain they hope we will never return. I shall enjoy disappointing them. According to my map, there's a colossal wreck to the south, which should provide a vantage point from which to survey Dothral Ka. From afar, let us go and do just that. Oh wow, he went there. Yeah, he just straight goes there. They help, yeah, but being placed made of crystals comforting, healing energy. Okay. Also, love and hate are closely related. But I don't really feel like love and hate. I think maybe for most people or a lot of people that is true. But like, I just, to me, those are, I experience those as completely separate things, and I've never come to hate something that I once loved. But I know that is an all too common trope, at the very least in storytelling. To be honest, I think Sadu gets off from quarreling with Little Sun. She really likes fighting in many aspects. I mean, like, saying she's a battle sexual is a joke, but it's not necessarily wrong or a lie. Like, it literally, it is pretty true. Would Magni fall for the cross-dress Hildebrand? If it was a Hildebrand quest, yes. If it was an MSQ quest, no. But if it's a Hildebrand quest, absolutely. I like better the idea of them being opposite sides of the same coin. But, like, I guess... I mean, they're both a fundamental part of the human condition and experience. But, like, you know... that they're opposite strong feelings. Yeah. I mean, they're definitely, like, to me, they're the opposites of... And both rooted in extreme amounts of passion and the human condition and spirit. But I just... For me, I've never experienced them as correlated in any meaningful way. And it's not from a lack of, like, life experience either. Yeah, it's more understandable. Love and hate aren't the same, just closely related like that. Yeah, and I mean, I think to some people they are. I think, you know, I've experienced people in my life where love and hate are closely twined. They come to hate the things that they love once they're gone, or have lost, or feel spurned, or so it's not to say that it's never true, I guess. I guess for me, I would say it's not. Over there, look, those men are in danger. Gah, too late for one, perhaps, but there is yet time to save the other. Come, we cannot abandon him to his fate. Okay, cool. They're both strong and very easy to hate something you once or do love. Not sure about the other direction, though. See, that's the thing is that, like, for me, it's not, though. It's not... Once I've said I've loved something, like, once I feel the emotion of love, even at the loss of that, even if spurned by that, even if, like, treated poorly by that, I've never... Like, I guess I think a lot of people would absolutely agree, right? With you, B? But, like, for me, I just... Not even a little bit would I say it's easy or very easy. And it's not from a lack of love or loss, I'll tell you what. But I think I'm in a minority on that one. I won't say it's easy to hate, but it makes the emotion that much stronger. Easy to hate. Yeah, I see it. I can see it. I just can't say it's how I experience people or how I've experienced heartbreak either. I owe you my life. Nay, friend, think nothing of it, but I wish we had come sooner. I knew at once he was dead. It will come as scant comfort. I fear but I slew the beast responsible. Nay, there is no other way for Dothral to die. What is this? Who are these outsiders? Who is this? Is it a dude? Oh, fuck it. Sadhu Khan, forgive me. We were returning from our hunt when we were caught unawares by Manzasiri. These ones saved me, but Geyser is... Who are you? Why have you come? Not to cross the sands, that much is certain. I have heard tales of travelers in league with another tribe. Are you they? Who do you serve? Answer me! If I may begin to answer your questions before you ask more, we are friends of the mole, and we are come to serve the strength of the Dothral for ourselves. See the strength. The mole? These little lambs who wander to and fro at the behest of their gods. What fools you are to share the same soil of such weaklings! Next you will tell me, you wish to fight the Dom. Ah, so you do. Ha! This is unexpected, yet not unwelcome. I am Sadhu Khan of the Dothral. For your deeds, I grant you leave to walk among us. Come, look on our glory and despair. We fear no tribe, least of all the mole. Though if you were of the Eorzean, I would burn the flesh from your bones here and now. You can stand, yes? See to the corpse. Yes, Cthulhu. If I was gay, she would be okay, but I mean, hey, Des is definitely gay anyway. So that is the leader of the Dothral. Clearly not a woman to be crossed. But how callously she spoke of her dead. See to the corpse? Surely there are warriors deserve better than this. Cultural differences. Forgive me, Elio, but I cannot in good conscience ignore the callous disregard the woman showed for her kinsman. We must seek her out at once, with me. I wouldn't say they're anywhere close, though, in emotional sense. Sadhu, my love. Madu. Does anyone know if they're doing maintenance tonight? Not that I know of. Is there some sort of maintenance going on? Is there like emergency maintenance? Sadu is the only female raw NPC in the game I like. Take that for what you will. I mean, it's well documented, your umbrage towards female raw. That's what the pop of last night said. Okay, 10 p.m. PST. Okay, well, we got, I mean, we don't have to worry about that. I'm thinking, I've got some work I want to do. I may actually just go ahead and stream that over on Twitch if anybody wants to come hang out after this. I may, well, we'll talk about that later.
How he died matters not. Gesser was a great warrior. He will return to us in time.
Not soon enough, Hartoon. The Nardum is nearly upon us. Mayhap we should cancel restraint until after.
Okay, but what about Tataru, Al-Ra?
I do not understand. If Gesser is dead, how should he return?
Silence! You come to spy on us, knowing naught of our ways.
We know you are fearless, and that you are called the Undying Ones.
That is true. None are braver than the Dothal, for we do not fear death. With death, a warrior must dance boldly, fearlessly, for thus does his soul burn bright. Then, in death, his soul shines white, exalted. The flesh rots, but the soul endures. And ere the seasons have turned, so he shall return.
It's
When
worth
he
remembering
is
they're not
glimpsed
quite
in
wrong.
the eyes of a newborn, he is blessed with the same name, that he may grow into a great warrior once more.
You mean to tell me these newborn babes and fallen warriors are one and the same? Madness!
Gosetsu. Ah, what a way to insult the entirety of a civilization.
I gave you leave to observe, not to insult our beliefs. Have care what you say. Otherwise, do as you will.
I love this section so much for so many reasons, and mostly because it leads to a very specific thing. But I love Gosetsu's struggle to understand it. I love that it's not just like immediate, like, ah, yes, this is information, cool, whatever. It like I love that journey for him, because it ends up creating one of my favorite scenes in the entirety of Stormblood, which we're going to see in a second here. But the other thing that I wanted to say is that it's interesting because from an ethereological perspective, their culture harkens on to truth, right? Like the way aetherology works with souls is your soul returns to the ethereal sea and either turns back into like just its aether separates and goes out and like helps form new souls, or it is reincarnated. And so like there's this idea all around the steppe throughout a lot of the tribes and a lot of different stories, both with like the Dawn Mother and Duskfather and like kind of the mythologies that hint at actual truths. And so it's this lovely, I love it. It's a great, it was very intentional as far as I know, because Koji's talked about their world building stuff they did there, and there was a lot of like intentionally doing that, of making truths hidden myths, the same way that there is with the House of the Crooked Coin or the Eldritch beings in the northwestern section. Such contempt as was in their eyes I have never known, but for the soul to live on as they say is not something I can so easily accept. Do they truly believe this, all of them, that in death there can be rebirth, retribution? In any event, we have come here in search of information. We cannot leave without speaking with her people. And let me flirt with Sadu. Gosetsu, you're the worst wingman ever. Take a shot every time she says burn bright, soul sings. You'll die of intoxication in 4.4. I wasn't even thinking about that. Not entirely wrong, yes, but I don't think Dothral souls reincarnate into the people of Steppe. They can. They absolutely can, AC. Like, they absolutely can. The thing is that you say that they don't, but you don't know that because souls can reincarnate. Like, is it statistically unlikely because of the amount of souls reincarnating and them going off to places? Maybe, but we don't know that there's not a mechanic under which, like, intentionality of desire for place, for home, doesn't affect where a soul is reborn. So it's possible that some of these souls are brand new, but it's just as possible that a lot of these aren't. And that so I don't know. I would say, like, I wouldn't say that we can't speak to that element, right? So I agree with you, right? That they're not entirely right in every aspect. And I would also agree that broadly, like, they aren't, every one of these souls is probably, none of them are new souls, would be unlikely as well. But at the same time, I don't know that single element necessarily should disabuse them of the notion that they're you know, correct. I love this part of the story so much. Yeah, maybe Hydaelyn is too afraid of the Dothrall to let their souls escape the steppe. That's that. We'll work with that as a hypothesis. I know you. Reunion, the traveler with the mole girl. I marked you after I left the Eorzean. Once were Doma, others I could not place. My name is Coco. Welcome to Dothrall Ka. Coco sounds to your ear the name of a woman. Well, of course, that would be because it is. I died a woman and was reborn a man. It is of no moment. The soul is the soul, and the flesh the flesh. Perhaps you scoff. Many would. Many look only to the name and the flesh and let these things dictate their perceptions. Consider Sadu Khatun. 3 times before she died a man, yet she returns as a woman the 4th. Yet she is no less fierce, and any outsider foolish enough to think so will learn the truth of their peril. And you know what? I'd also point out that it seems like they look to the soul of the person reborn as well. So it seems like there are sometimes people, and like Sadu's soul has only existed 4 times, means that I bet you actually a lot of these souls are some of these souls are fresh because they look for the spark of the prior individual in the soul, but also clearly there are points in time which new people are being born based on that. Sorry, I forgot to say I didn't think they always reincarnated the Steppe all the time. Not saying impossible, just not saying really. Yeah, no, and you're right, AC. I shouldn't have like completely like disagreed as harshly from the get-go because I think you probably to an extent are right. But I think some of the lines would somewhat support that. You get Dothrall gear from Siren Song Sea Dungeon. Well, it's not really Dothrall gear. It's the same gear, but it's different color. It's completely similar gear, but different color. This is why I love the Dothrall. Yeah, because they're like, hello. Yes, the notion of gender. What if it was whack? Not that flesh is not flesh, but that, like, you know, the idea of like the soul is the individual. But the thing about, I'll say too about the, I mean, like to me that also goes a long way to support the idea that also Sadu would be pan, or at the very least bi, because it's like, I mean, everyone for like, yeah. Impressive, is it not? 'Twas slain by my boy. We were childhood friends, he and I, before he fell and returned, a master of the bow. It is good to see that he retains his skill. I mean, this must be such a fundamentally interesting dynamic. Look at female player characters in Arbor. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of support throughout the narrative. A lot of like that as an implicit thing. It's interesting that like, and also even look at the Dark Knight quest to an extent. It's interesting that it pops up a lot with Ishikawa's writing. I wonder. I mean, it's definitely intentional, but I wonder what motivates that for them. Cough, Comet, cough. Right, but even if Comet exists, right. I mean, sure, but the point is, Comet still is as canonical as anyone else's Viera, right? So, I think the point, even without Comet, the point stands. The cycle of death and rebirth, it is simply that. Take me, I died in battle with Hotko. Fiercely did I fight, and so I returned. Alas, we know not of our past lives. I must learn what it means to be Koyar, again and again. It is difficult to remember everything, but important. I need to sit down and think about my origin backstory. There's a lot of RP stuff. I remember when we first started the Discord and the channel, like the vast majority of people who joined were all like RPers, and so we like had to like very carefully, very meaningfully like be like, hey, I would love to help you with your RP and stuff if you want to talk about lore questions and stuff, but this is not just an RP forum. Ah, Elio, you have completed your inquiries. Yeah, but they don't let you be non-binary. Yeah, I mean, but like I think the thing is they've talked a little about wanting to try to address that potentially, but the I don't know that we should like be like crazy mad about them. I think step by step first off, and then the other thing I would point to is you can make characters that are pretty evocative of being NB, and then as for pronouns, I think like yeah, you'd think it would have be pretty easy to retroactively make it so that they just used gender neutral ones, but also the problem with that is that there's a lot of voice lines. So at this point, it's not hyper realistic, but it's really easy to just like, you know, like I'm forgetting the word, but like just to imagine like headcanon that. It's very easy. I don't know a lot of people who do that. It said as she said, they believe with every fiber of their being that their bravest warrior will be reborn. As for me, I observed some of their warriors at practice. They are as formidable as the Eorzean, perhaps more, and their weapons are as equally as well. Yet while they do not lack in skill and resources, it is plain to see that their numbers are inferior. That has been an educational experience, to say the least. Yet everything we have Yet everything we have learned is common knowledge to the people of the steppe. It will not be enough to earn our comrades' freedom. Not less than the Dothral plans for the Dom will suffice, I fear. Well, I have never been for one skulking about. I will go Sadu and see what secrets I can prise from her lips. Sure, but like, it's not. I don't think it's like a major form of criticism for a thing that like, especially not making the choice to make super explicit non-binary when a game that was launched circa 2012, and then had to retroactively go fix something for something that's going to affect a very small amount of your population base when it's pretty easy to like headcanon is something worthy of criticizing. I can absolutely say desire it, give feedback on the forums, tell them that it matters to you, like absolutely. But like I don't know. I wouldn't be like mad at Square Enix for that. The spies return, and they have learned naught. Mayhaps so, but no longer. Though you hide it well, I know you have devised some manner of cunning stratagem for the Dom. Out with it, I say. We are what you see, Doman. We are Dothral. Others rely on tricks and traps, subterfuge lies. We have need of naught, but our own strength. We meet the enemy in battle and kill him. That is why I cared not of what you did from the first. There's naught for you to learn. Tell your masters to meet us on the field and make ready to ride with their ancestors. Your confidence is plain, as is your strength. Yet you are not the most prosperous of tribes. The mole you mock are few, but so too are you. Why? Because they fucking fight all the time and die. Though glorious death is to be celebrated, it is yet death. While we kill many, many are killed in turn. In the wake of our battles, the soil drinks deep of the blood of the fallen, their bodies piled high. Not all are born again, only the bravest. There we go, yeah, see, your point, AC. Only the bravest, yet one cannot return unless there is a vessel to inherit the soul, and if a warrior die ere they birth the children, then that is that. Even the brave warriors who find vessels will for many years remain a shadow of his former self. It falls to his elders to endure until he is ready to accept his responsibilities. Ever will we meet our enemies in battle without fear. Such is our way, even when our numbers dwindle. If we die, so be it, but know that we will fight to live, not to die. Dothral train and make ready for the day, but they do not rush to meet it, not until we have done our duty. Gosetsu sees himself in that. Salu Khan, Kthun. Geyser's body has been given to the sands. Then our part is done. Rest, warrior. The Nadam draws near, and you will need your strength. If you intend to fight in the Nadam, you should return to the mole and make ready. But know that when you next meet, you and yours will die. Or you could fight for us and live. Think on it, travelers. We shall, but you would permit me the final question ere we part. Where is this place that Geyser has been lain to rest? Though I knew him not, it was there at the end I wish to say a few words. Rites of the flesh? I've heard of this. Madness! I say, for his body is of the earth now. He will not hear you. But you may speak to the sands if that is your will. They lie to the west. Make haste, for the Gaiden may already have caught his scent. Okay, and now time for my favorite scene in Stormblood, and probably my favorite scene up to this point in the game. My apologies, Elio. This will take but a moment. Yeah, just wanted to be Aether, yeah. I'm curious, though, how funny it would be if a certain characters were reincarnated as the opposite genders, like Imagine. Eh. I think it would be telling. I think it'd be... I don't know that I'd play it for humor. I mean, you could play it for humor at certain points, but like imagine if Benfilia Ricardo is one of those times as a dude, or if one of the Ascents raised was a different gender. I think the main thing you would prove is just how much it doesn't matter. I think, like, I don't even know that, like, I think the main thing that you would prove is that it just doesn't matter, and that they are still them. You're still returning from the Aether as a guy, yeah. I don't think it would change the story much, just as interesting thought. Yeah. What if the Ascents was raised different gender than they were? Like, Ikiorm was different dude, too. Yeah. No, I follow you. I mean, to an extent, we don't... Well, okay, so it's weird, right? Because the Zem's canonical gender is connected to whatever your Warrior of Light's choice is. But, like, if, let's say, a Zem was a female, you know, you have, like, to everyone's point, you have a certain character, another character. I'm not going to say their name because spoilers for Shadowbringers. I totally agree this part is really good and a big part for Ghost Hunter's character. Yeah, this is... I would ask that you think on this scene, because it's a wonderful, wonderful scene. Yeah, I think this is where most people did Dust. For me, loved him earlier, but...
Left for the vultures. It seems an insult to the man. But the soul lives on, they say. These bodies, no more than empty husks, returning to the earth. Seen through those eyes, I suppose the sight is almost comforting. Pardon me? When first I heard the tales, I could not help but scoff. Another queer tribe, I thought, with still queerer customs. Yet having borne witness to their rites, I cannot deny there is a certain logic to it all. A samurai will die for his lord without hesitation or regret. But this is not because he delights in such sacrifice. It is because he has faith that his death will serve a higher purpose. There is an awakening in that instant. When the heart sings, and the blood burns, and his soul finds peace. There is comfort in that.
Such a meditation on sacrifice and faith and serving. That's not all.
Nay, we dare not permit ourselves that luxury, my friend, tempting though it may be. Not while our loved ones yet remain in chains.
It's such a good encapsulation of, I think, the strongest aspects of Stormblood. And I think what the strongest things for it thematically are. And I wish it nailed aspects of that a little stronger when it came to the Gearbanya parts. But I do think aspects of that, like with Gosetsu, are just overwhelmingly successful. And as someone like, you know, how often you can look to people who willingly give themselves to causes that I just can't even conceive of why. There is a level to which that creates an empathetic link and understanding of the faith that they have, and that they're hope that they make a better world, and that is how they can give onto themselves even onto the end. Yeah, God, I knew this intellectual scene is good, but it hit me anew every time. Yeah, because for me, typically the scenes that I will always love the most, and I think of the most powerful, will always be the emotions that are not just intellectually amazing, but continue to emotionally make me feel something each and every time. And I think for the most part, that's why the scenes that are considered the best in 14 are the scenes that are considered the best in 14, right? The reason that we love scenes in Shadowbringers, you know, let Eon expand, let expanse contract, Eon become instant. The reason that we do it is not just because it's because it makes you feel something, not just because it's amazing how they got you to that like climax, but also because you feel that climax. And the same way with Endwalker, and the same way with, you know, the best parts of Heavensward. 3.3 hits the way it does because of the emotion of it all. Signature Warrior of Light nod. Yeah, Gosetsu is really made of death flags, this expansion. You know, but it's interesting because he's not, but like, that's the thing I think is that I would say that like that there isn't a death flag. That there is less of a setup to say that he is, going to be sacrificing, but it's more, I think a lesser version of that scene is absolutely that, Tim. I think a slightly worse executed version of that is just like, we're setting this character up, it's gonna die. But this is a character recognizing why they serve and recognizing why they live. And recognizing why they would sacrifice, but recognizing why they stand and fight. And I think it's a much more powerful than that and specific than that, instead of just being a, death flag. I mean, maybe, I'm overlauding it, but I feel strongly on that one. I love the entire zone. Yeah. Gosetsu's an old man. He's had a lot of life experiences. Yeah. He's lost a lot. Yeah, he's still learning. Yep. We can always still be learning. Someone make Gosetsu do the Six Flags old man dance. Let's not undercut meaningful. Yeah. Definitely agree. Didn't read his death flag scene. Yeah. I think there's even a version where you just have the first half that maybe you could even argue it's more of the death flag. I think, but the first half is a recognition of sacrifice and of peace and faith and of death, and then the second half is a rejection of going in of letting go and it being the time to be done until all those we love are secure and safe, and just it's good fucking shit. It's good fucking shit. I'm not gonna say 4.0 is downhill from here, because it's not downhill, but like, because it's not even like a roller coaster climax, but this is for me, I think, like probably the single highest point. But maybe there'll be a new high point now playing another time. That's not 4.x, obviously, 4.0. Okay, but we're going to wrap up here. So, don't forget to come to join us on the Discord. If you have not already joined us on the Discord, you can support us on Patreon by offering a couple of ducks. Get offer us a couple ducks. If you cover us a couple ducks, we will. You get banners. You get up in the banner above. You get all sorts of lovely little rewards. And the other thing is you make this so that we can have financial security, which makes it so it's a lot easier to produce content, frankly. As well as same with messages and donations and all that other stuff. Also, right now we're doing the funding reward, where if you get to we get to $200, I will do an entire stream in a maid outfit. Oh, I should probably shave for that. Anyways, don't forget, if you like written lore, you can read written lore over on our website, the eorzeanarchive.com. Don't forget to watch out the other YouTube videos. You can also watch the VOD of this earlier today. Yeah, don't forget to check out Ray's Twitter stuff. And yeah, there's all. Don't forget that we have Monday, Tuesday our MSQ replay. So we got tomorrow will be MSQ replay as well. Wednesday we'll have a new video. It may be a short, as well as, like I said, we're kind of like trying to produce some back content in the background. We may have an End Talkers out. We'll see. Thursday is me and Neri replaying Final Fantasy 2. We've got about 2 weeks left until we're done with that, and going into Final Fantasy 3. Friday it's Lore Book Club. Saturday is community event, and this community event we will be doing a raffle for some prizes, as well as we will be doing PvP to make sure that people are finishing their PvP track for, as we only have a limited amount of weeks left until you will not be able to get your mount reward from it anymore. Beyond that, I'm thinking I may want to work on some cosplay stuff, or either cosplay stuff or like the Trivial Pursuit board or stuff, and I may just go ahead and, so that I don't fall asleep, because once I stop streaming I tend to lose energy, I may go stream that over on Twitch. So if people want to hang out there, it's just gonna be pretty low-key, me working on stuff, and I'll either be working on videos, working on that, but it'll be a good time. This is definitely my last day before retirement. Moment is a more nuanced way of saying it, and the until we know we are secure and safe to me is interesting considering later. Yeah, PvP, nice. But yeah, it's always lovely hanging out with every one of you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Who wants to see Deadpool? Can I get some? Deadpool. Come on. One, two, three, oof-da. You're very cute, and you know it. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow, or later on Twitch.